Like that intro?
I like that one. I like that. I like the one yesterday too. It's got like good pumped up music.
That's what you have with music you get off the internet. So anyways, welcome to Canada's Virtual Kitchen. Last day 4 at the RC show. It's been an outstanding week. I'm almost speechless into considering how many people we've had on the show, viewed the show later. I was talking earlier, I think we had about 20,000 people that have seen our shows these past 3 days. Day 4 is packed with people and guests, and just unbelievable how many people are going to be visiting us today. And Kim, thanks again for your time this week. And
Thank you.
People love you. The amount of emails and texts I get about you now,
Nice.
you're an absolute rock star. So thank you.
Love it. My pleasure. It's been so much fun to be here.
Yeah, it's been awesome being able to get your perspective and share with you what makes us different and all the great things that we do here at Cisco. And it's been awesome. And you know what? The people watching our shows in the comments and everything, those have been just wicked as well.
Yeah, they're great. It's been great engagement, and the guests that have been on have been so fun, and each one of them so informative and so just exciting to talk.
It's been awesome.
Yeah,
it's been so like you said, very informative. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So today, for everyone that's watching, we've got Canada Beef. They're hanging out in the green room right now. Dwayne's there. He's all excited, and also we have Todd coming back. One of our business. Remember Todd with the inventory? He's going to talk about that today.
Yeah.
Bocuse is back, and we have a packed hour with Bocuse. We booked a big spot because I think we've got every chef in Canada is going to be visiting us today.
Amazing.
From Bocuse, which is huge. You should see wait till you see this. It's going to be crazy. And then my buddy, Chef Kepi from Maple Leaf's going to be dropping by, showing some ideas. Sherry Keyser, one of the amazing people at Cisco, is going to be dropping by and talking about the Cisco difference. Absolute rock star. Awesome. Joyce is back again with Canada Beef. Ben's visiting, and then we're going to finish off with Michael Adet with food photography, and he's got a surprise, I think, for us, and he's going to be doing like live demoing on this, so it should be interesting.
Awesome.
And that'll be the end. And
so today I filled the thermos, so I don't even have to get up. So I'm like ready to let's dive in. I got to make it all. I got to suck everything I can out of today with all the information.
All right. Well, I hope my mic doesn't go down too. So
yeah, and if you do, you know what? Then that's just the way the universe is telling me I'm just meant to run with the show.
Exactly. That's the universe telling me to be quiet.
Right.
So, yeah,
well, no, that's all the fans telling you to be quiet. It's the universe. Joking. Just joking.
The other thing I want to do is, Melissa, can you throw your camera on?
Oh, yes.
So Melissa's behind the scenes. There's Melissa. She's been helping us all week, so thank you so much for all your help, Melissa. Honestly, you save me, and save us so many times this week. So thank you so much, Melissa, for helping us put us all together.
And I didn't even know. I didn't know there was going to be a Melissa. So
yeah. Oh, trust me, with me to have Melissa.
I can't imagine if we didn't have a Melissa here to do this for us. So. Yeah, she's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Have a great last day. It'll be good.
All right.
Thank you. If you need to secretly mute Jay again.
That's what it was. That was what it was yesterday. I knew it wasn't.
Right? I'll send you that check. Don't worry, Melissa. We'll be all good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Bye.
We'll see you, Melissa. So we're going to bring on Dwayne here from Canada Beef. Dwayne, you ready to get in here? Share some great stuff. We got people asking for you already.
I think Dwayne just wants to say. He's in. He's in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You got fans already wanting to learn something from you.
Well, I'm really excited about today, actually, because we're going to get into the meat of the session. We talked.
Not the seafood of the session, eh?
I was gonna say I didn't notice you had an accent the last time you were on, Dwayne.
We, we had a really good chat on Monday when we were talking a little bit about Canadian beef, the product, and where it kind of goes, and the importance of global markets, to some beef cuts that maybe aren't as familiar to us here in Canada. And so what I've done is I've picked a few of what we consider the hidden gems within our Canadian beef carcass. And if you think about our Canadian beef carcass, it's a pretty big animal. And so there's a lot of moving parts to the animal. And within that carcass, there are some really, really neat little cuts of beef that through muscle profiling, taking that muscle out, are conducive to not only chefs and cooking, but also to the food service industry. Because again, we only get 2, and they're relatively small. So from a unique perspective, on the retail side, we may not be able to get enough for retail demand, but it's perfect for food service. Mm-hmm. And so I want to share this with you today.
Cool. All right. Cool. Do you want me to throw those slides up?
Yeah, right on.
There you go.
Okay. Hidden gems. So we're going to talk about 3, maybe 4 hidden gems and today. And the first one we're going to talk about is the bottom sirloin tri-tip. In Canada, not well known. However, once you start traveling south along the West Coast into the United States, Southern California, and into even Texas and sort of around, it's a very popular cut. It's one of the most popular cuts from a sirloin perspective in that with that Southwest type of cooking. But it is a unique cut to here in Canada, and it is a unique piece of meat as well, and it produces some challenges that we'll talk a bit about. It does come from behind, just off of the just beside the hip. It's a little piece you can kind of see. I'm trying to give you. That's where the sirloin tip would be on a Canadian or on a hip of beef. Now, the nomenclature of a bottom sirloin tri-tip continues with sirloin. So you can follow the sirloin through menu development, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But as I mentioned, it is a unique piece of meat. Its grain direction runs in different sort of fans out. And so I took a piece and we cut it in half, and I don't know if you can really see on this image here where the grain direction is. So what I was doing this morning is trying to give you an idea on that piece of meat here is the grain direction, but it changes, it turns and becomes this, and turns and goes the opposite way. And so this is really important when we're thinking about slicing the product and understanding grain direction and ensuring that this product, which is really, really interesting piece of meat, that when you're portioning it back a house, or if you're going to be slicing it, that we're taking this into account.
Very cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what a little bit about the tri-tip bottom sirloin characteristics. It is one of the nicest cuts on the carcass. It's high in marbling, regardless of grade. Its weight range is fairly consistent, regardless of the size of the carcass. So from a food service perspective and consistency. A good product to work with. It's tender. Where we're finding here, as I mentioned, down in Southern California and Texas and sort of that Southwest Arizona sort of areas, is for here in Canada, not a substitute, but the same sort of cooking method as you would a brisket. A liter, more of the brisket, lean portion of the brisket, but that long, drawn-out cooking is very conducive to the bottom sirloin, and the cost of the product is quite attractive as it relates. For the most part, we send quite a bit of this product down to our friends in the United States, but we are starting to see a bit of an uptake here in Canada on the product. And so from a food service perspective, chef, I think that this unique cut, it's not as big as a brisket. It's only about 1 or 1.5 kgs, manageable from back of house.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes people get intimidated because of the size of a brisket and whether or not they'll use the entire thing. So this would be a perfect way to substitute for him.
That's right, and you're right. It's a big investment that brisket. Here you can experiment with. You can for a relatively and price point wise, it really is conducive and a point of differentiation as we start to reopen and our guests are looking at variety. This is now, this isn't a sirloin. This isn't a many things. This is a tri-tip, a bottom sirloin. And so from that perspective, that opportunity. Canada Beef does have resources to help you along with that, whether they be, and I'll go through these. This slide is the end of the portion of the steak cut that we'll be talking about. But I really, for our audience, I encourage you to come to the Canada Beef sites to set you up for success.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to go to another location, and yesterday I sort of talked a little bit about chuck meat that outside of maybe the short ribs and some of the blade meat that we make use for braising, a relatively unused product for in the food service. That's cross rib and other different cuts of beef that come out of there. There is a little hidden gem. And this little hidden gem is called the petite tender or clawed tender. Jay, Chef, are you guys familiar with this cut?
This one I am, yes. Actually, I'm a fan of this one.
Now, this is huge.
So
sorry. I'm just going to mention
go ahead,
something.
Jay.
I just remember using it big time in about 2009, 2010. I think we started seeing it pop up in a lot of menus in Alberta here.
And that's about the right timeline. And at that time, from the harvesting perspective, we were leaving the product on its within its muscle grouping. Over the years, our harvesting facilities have begun to further take apart the muscles and following the grains rather than cutting through. And so, as a result, the petite tender, and it's about the same. It comes from what's called the shoulder clod or the cross rib roast, for where many people might be familiar with. Now, I have a question. Can Chef or Jay tell me on this piece of meat where that shoulder clod is?
Man.
Or that petite tender.
Okay, like I'm going to lose here. You know that.
It's a little bit of Waldo. Where in the world is that little...
Oh, it's right there in the front. It's right there. Is it because you have the big arrow? Or is
Look,
it right there?
So I'm pointing at my screen, wondering why you can't see me. Oh, yeah, because you can't see me pointing at my screen, of course. And
even with the arrow, it's kind of hard to see. But this is where it lies. It lies nestled nicely in the shoulder clod, and as it turns out, which is part of the chuck, it's not a highly motivate or movement muscle, so it is petite tender. Mm-hmm. And so now our harvesters are removing that on a consistent basis. So the supply of the product, because back, Jay, at those days, it was there may have been an inconsistency in supply, and that was simply because they have the skill set at the harvesting facilities to be able to pull them out that day.
Wow. And now it's become more common practice to pull them out automatically.
It's true. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's a good supply, and it's perfect for food service. It's about the same size as a pork tenderloin, more or less. It's about 600 to 800 grams. And this is where I get really excited. It is one of the more tender cuts of beef on the carcass coming from the chuck. That and the flat iron is another example from the chuck, a hidden gem. Mm-hmm. But it's a little bit more well known these days. From a back end perspective, and we're cautious with food safety and consistency from the back end. It is a relatively similar to a tenderloin. There's just that little piece of silver skin that you remove, and voila. We recommend the product be aged 14 days, minimum 14 days, and not overcook. Similar to most cuts from the chuck area. Once you start getting to that medium well side, it does seem to tighten up a little bit. But this is what's really exciting. And so when we talk about portion control and we talk about healthy eating and sizes and meeting the needs of our customers, the most common steak for women is the tenderloin.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And not because it's tenderloin, because they can get a 4-ounce tenderloin.
Yeah.
That's 1.5 inches thick. Well, with this little product here, you can make 2.5 ounces that are 1.5 inches thick, and be able to meet the needs of your customer who's is looking at requiring a protein, but at a steak experience, but not necessarily 8, 10, or 12 ounces of beef at a sitting. We've had operators who take this product and utilize it as these little mini medallions. And if you want another one for another X amount of dollars, $4, $5, we'll add another one to your plate. And so from an operations perspective, the utilization of this product is fabulous. Ideal for a quick type of a roast for those operators who may be looking at communal or shareable type of meal programs. We talked quite a bit the other day about, or I've heard as well through some of the sessions, the Gen Zs and Xers, their recall of a meal experience is now at a food service restaurant. Mom cooking or dad cooking home cooked meals. We're almost getting to that point of a generation skip where the family got together to go out for a meal. And so being able to bring that, bring families and memories together at your food service establishment, your restaurant, with different types of flavor profiles. Beef Wellington application. Like the list really goes on and on. Beef carpaccio, beautiful. Size for kebabs, open and stuff. It's a wonderful little cut of meat.
I really like that because it is a leaner one. And for people that might be on a more of a health conscious diet, but still really love a steak taste and a flavor of it, then that would kind of give you the best of both worlds.
We saw, not this past Valentine's, but we've seen in the past, surf and turf being able to hit price points. 2.5 ounces of meat, a little 6-ounce, 5-ounce lobster tail, and price point was conducive to to open up to a higher audience, patrons. So
yeah, I like the little Wellingtons.
I know they're cute, aren't they?
Yeah, they're super cute.
It's petite. It has to be cute.
Yeah, right, exactly.
And so again, Canada Beef has the resources for you to be successful. And these are just a few thoughts and ideas, I've shared with you, but your imagination is your limitation to this kind of meat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go into, I mentioned to you when we were speaking, 3 or maybe 4 cuts of meat. Another product that is generally an export-driven type of a product is skirt meat. And why I picked skirt meat today was when I have conversations with operators and culinary, when culinary will speak, chefs will speak, yes, I'm familiar with skirt meat. Mm-hmm. And then I have a question for them. And the question will be, well, which skirt are you buying? And I generally will be looked at and with
like this?
a little bit of a deer in a headlight. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, what are you talking about, Dwayne? Well, there are 2 different skirt meats within the carcass. There's an inside skirt meat, and it's located more so within the cavity on the front quarter of the carcass, really close to sort of at the end of where the brisket and the plate is. Mm-hmm. And this product here is a little bit more not as evenly shaped. It's a little bit bigger. There's pros and cons with regards to preference, I should say, maybe preference to, we'll get to the outside in a second. But nonetheless, when you look at the characteristics of a skirt steak, of the inside skirt steak as well as the outside, we'll get to in a second, highly valued in the Latin American cuisine with regards to it really absorbs and takes marinades really, really well. You know, our whole muscle steaks from the middle, the meat is fairly dense, and so able to penetrate and pick up flavor profiles is not as strong, or that ability as it relates to the skirt steaks and sirloin flat meat, where you can really see the difference in that ability for marinades, tenderization, flavor profiles. It's a wonderful piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
But again, ensuring grain direction, you can see at the bottom corner on the right side there, setting yourself up and for success, as well as your guest. When the serving, well, we'll get to the serving maybe in a second. So this is the inside skirt, a little bit robust. You can see 3 to 5 pounds, fairly consistent in size, again, regardless of the animal. But we also have what's called the outside skirt meat, and you can see on this image here, it's a little bit different than the inside. It's a little bit thinner, and it is the diaphragm of the beef carcass, and that separates certain areas within the carcass. And it's and this product here tends to be a little bit more consistent in sizing. You can see up in the right corner versus the outside. It's a little bit larger. We will have chefs and culinary individuals debate outside versus inside skirt meat. They are a bit different in terms of tenderness and size and consistency in size, but they continue to, but they're both similar in that ability to really, really absorb flavor profiles and offer your guests a point of differentiation.
And are you able to request them inside skirt meat or outside skirt meat from Cisco?
That I don't know.
Jay, do you know?
I would imagine. I would imagine. Yeah, and the harvesting facilities do separate the two, the inside skirts versus outside skirts, and there may be at times a price difference as well. So why I wanted to highlight this, you can sort of see it generally from a serving perspective as a product that would be maybe sliced prior to serving or at tableside. Just to ensure that grain direction is being followed correctly, because it is such a coarse grain type of a product, but you can really see the flavor, its juiciness. It's just a wonderful piece of meat.
Mm-hmm. Could use some cowboy butter on that.
You can't get over that cowboy butter, eh?
I can't.
I think
Right.
Dwayne, you've had cowboy butter before. Dwayne's had it.
no, you lost me there.
It's
Really?
butter and garlic and herbs all mixed in together. What else did she put in it? A little bit of seasoning, and then she dressed it over top of her steak the other day.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's flavor profiles. We were at a function many years ago down in the United States, and we asked the chef, be creative. I don't know if Chef Kim, if you've ever put chocolate on a steak, chocolate sauce.
No.
Well, that was an experience, I have to say, but nonetheless, I think a nice buttery flavored would complement a steak rather nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Now my mouth's watering thinking about it.
Tonight, treat yourself.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but then I still have to cook it.
Again, kind of finishing up here. Come to Canada Beef to our websites to set yourself up to success. Canada Beef has resources to support your culinary desires and wants and abilities, as well as we will consult with you also on ideas and as well as questions that you may have. Please engage us. I'm going to change gears here just a little bit. just to talk about beef in the menu. I know we do refer to, I have been referring to steaks, but of course, beef in general, the burger category, as well as sliced beef on the buns and roast beefs and different types of appetizers that can be incorporated. Over the course of the last number of days, listening to many different presentations, I think fairly clear profit driven. We are in a position where our operators have had have managed. Many of them have managed through the last year. But we need to ensure that we can, moving into the next phase, that the products and beef are offering profitability. And Canadian beef does offer you that ability to create profit generators. And we have spoken in the past, and many of us in the audience really do look at not only a solid steak program, but that ability to upsell to a solid steaks to your customers. It really does benefit many different areas. That being the tip calculator, higher entree offers your servers the ability and staff on a share of a higher percentage or a higher number or higher dollar value of profits. And so with the tools of Canada Beef we have accessible to us, we are always open to share the information that we have. This slide here, talking a little bit about what a steak does. We had some conversation internally, and ordering a steak is always an opportunity to upsell. And this is where food service dining does offer that ability to upsell, table side. Mm-hmm. Chances are appetizers, seafood, sides, specials, wines will be included. It will produce a higher tip, as well as for the operator, a higher profits, and many conversations of plate cost versus profit. We have the tools, as mentioned, to support your staff to be able to engage at table side and to ensure that the front end, the back end, and the guest are all on the same page as to what a medium rare steak is. Mm-hmm. And finally, when you invest in beef in your Canadian beef program, you have through a number of the slides we just shared today, this morning, authenticity. Reimagine the culinary experience and craftsmanship. A balanced meal option we were able to identify. Avoid misleading marketing. Resist the incorporation of fear. I think we've gone through a challenging time. Celebrate if fear of a protein or a meal choice is your point of differentiation, I would encourage you not to. If you need to incorporate fear The Walking Dead. And of course, video productions from Canada Beef and many of our programs and services.
That is pretty cool.
So that was a real quick overview. I saw a number of questions come up. Canada Beef, again, we want to engage and we want to support the industry, and we are supporting the industry. Please engage with us. Absolutely.
And it's such a valuable tool to have that available to anyone to be able to have those questions answered, especially with the grain directions, because that is, I have watched people almost get in fist fights in kitchens over the grain directions of things and which is going which way and who's cutting it. And yeah. So that would be, that's a key piece of information to have at your fingertips for sure.
Consistency. That's what your guests are looking at. They're looking for for an experience, but a consistent experience.
Mm-hmm.
You're absolutely right. And I think it is where you can never learn enough about beef. You just keep learning. I've been for years, and every time you get on here or talk to me about stuff, I learn something new. So
Yeah.
it's massive. It's a big cow and it's a lot of no.
Yeah.
Well, it's true, and we learn as well. I appreciate the opportunity Jay and Cisco have given Canada Beef over the last number of years, actually, with regards to this platform. Kim, it's been just a pleasure having you on the pleasure and a bit of a relief to some degree.
I tell you, all day. All day.
But it has been a pleasure, and Jay,
Absolutely. Thank you.
Again, Jay, I can't say enough. Your advocacy on behalf of beef, Canadian beef, and including us in these sessions has been noticed, and we do appreciate it, and I do as well on a personal.
Well, excellent. Well, thanks again, Dwayne, and we too totally appreciate the partnership we have with you. And you can hear me today with my mic. I'm just making sure. But
Yeah.
it's awesome, Dwayne, and we're going to continue to have this amazing relationship. We're in Alberta, so I gotta love beef because I'm right here. I don't need protests, but it is awesome. And thanks again for all you do for the industry as well across Canada. It's huge, Dwayne, as well. So thanks again, and we'll see you soon. We'll see you later today. We have Canada Beef back later this afternoon.
Take care, everyone. Enjoy the next sessions.
Thanks, Dwayne.
There you go.
I love learning new things. You know what? It's funny. I would go back and do culinary school all over again, just because I feel like I would pick up completely different things than I paid attention to back when I was 20 years old.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, right?
But that's the thing, when we look at our shows, look at the stuff that we're bringing people, is just we want to bring that to the industry through our virtual kitchen and through our shows, is just constant information, because where else are you going to get it? You can Google it.
Yeah.
You can, I just think this is the most easiest way. You don't need to log into our shows. You just watch them live on your couch, in your office, online. You can literally watch us online if you wanted to, with your phone.
And you can just have it playing in the kitchen while you're doing something. It's like, oh, yeah, that's the thing I like about it.
Yeah, we're mobile. We're mobile.
Yeah.
No registration. No registration.
Very cool. Very cool.
So we got Todd sitting in the green room. Hey, Todd. Todd's up next. We're going to run a quick commercial. Do you want to learn about buns today?
Yeah, I'm all about the buns.
Well, let's
Bring
learn
on the
about
buns.
some craft buns, and then we're going to bring Todd in. Okay, Todd, you cool? Todd with Boston record on the wall. It's awesome. All right, we'll be back.
Did you watch the commercial? Good morning, Todd. How are you?
Morning.
So that commercial was talking about a breakfast sandwich with chicken on it. So I was at the dentist this morning, bright and early at 8 o'clock. And of course, I have, if you see my face go like this, I'm not completely unfrozen. But we were talking about chicken on breakfast sandwiches. And I was telling them all about learning about that yesterday. And they were like, yeah, we totally have chicken on breakfast sandwiches. And then they were hungry, so they kicked me out. So,
I was amazed yesterday just on that whole idea around now we can have deep fried chicken for breakfast, and so
yeah,
do that.
with maple butter. Did you see that yesterday, Todd? It was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch all of these shows. I mean, echoing Dwayne's comments, you guys have done a great job keeping this going. This has been amazing. Like I've really enjoyed. Like you said, like sometimes I'll just be chilling on the couch and I'll flip it on, and it's just easy to watch.
Nice.
Yesterday I watched my rerun a little bit to critique myself, and I said way too much.
Uh-oh. Don't ever do that. I can only imagine what what Jay and I might say if we rewatched ourselves. Be like,
I'm
oh,
gonna say, don't worry about that, Todd.
yeah.
My mic went out yesterday at the very end, so don't worry about it.
You know what else I noticed is I showed you guys at the end, I showed you two reports that the mobile inventory prints out, and the second one didn't come up. And I was wondering, you guys were looking at the screen like, where is it? Well, I'll show that one today.
We just, I think at this point, we're just going along with it. Like Dwayne was worried about what he might screen share. So he was really nervous. And I was like, Dwayne, why, what do you got on your screen? You don't want to share with us right now. I don't think we need to know that.
Yeah. This
what,
virtual world we're trying to learn.
Right?
Well, the beauty about it, and the one thing that I love about, producing and building these shows is that we don't need to be perfect. That's TV, and the best thing, people want authentic content, and what we're doing is we're bringing that. So sometimes if we want to see Dwayne's laundry list, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Todd, if you want to talk about anything else, your Boston record.
We're here. We're here for you.
We're cool with that.
I'm not gonna lie.
I was going to change that album today and make it a little more interesting, but I didn't.
Okay.
So my daughter wouldn't let me take any off her wall.
And I have to admit, I really enjoyed it yesterday when Jay's mic went down. I'll just be totally honest. I was having a great time.
Oh, man, I tell you guys, my mic, if my mic goes down today, I got a backup mic just in case. So Todd, what are we talking about?
Inventory?
Yes, let's get into it. This is also around the whole idea. Before we get into this is all about the Cisco difference. Folks like Todd, which Todd is one of our business development managers out in BC. This is what makes us different is people like Todd, and Todd's going to show you something also that makes us totally different in the industry. So over to you, Todd.
Yeah, so I kind of went through all this yesterday, and I'll start off the same way, speaking about kind of where I started in my career. I was with franchises a lot and learned a lot through the franchise operations, learning how to track things and prep charts. I did a lot of scheduling, and they just had all these background tools. And as I grew up in the business and went from becoming a dishwasher through being a prep cook, a line cook, a manager, on and on, I owned a couple restaurants. So I've been around the block in this industry, and Cisco has just been bringing forward these tools nonstop, always sticking with the trends and always finding new ways to help our customers. So I'm trying to learn as many tools as I can so I can share them and train some customers on how to use them. I spoke a little bit about how this industry, I owe so much to it because I grew up in it. I started at 15, and I met my wife during working at one establishment, and I have so many best friends that own pubs and restaurants, and I communicate with them all the time, and I'm very passionate about this. So kind of pulls me in to try and learn as much as I can so I can share it with lots of these people. So I'm going to do a quick demo. Did you have any questions before I started, Jay? Or Kim?
No, I'm just excited. I just think this is something I kind of want to learn a little bit about your restaurant days, though.
Yeah.
Well, I want to bring that up just because, Todd, I think you've told me this before, that you might still be in the gig if you knew that there was resources and tools like this.
Do you think you would?
That is a really loaded question.
Yeah.
Cut that out.
Edit
out.
It just got really quiet there all of a sudden, didn't it?
It's hard to make that choice right now in today's world with the COVID, the pandemic, and what I see a lot of customers going through. A lot are having a tough time. I enjoyed it. I was thinking about it the other day. I had a little cafe here in Kamloops. My uncle owned a building. I lived in Winnipeg, and I grew up in my restaurant industry out there. And my uncle had this cafe that was not being used in a building in Kamloops. So I I did the move. I loaded up a U-Haul. I drove out to Kamloops. I opened up my restaurant, and you know, it was so neat to be able to service regular customers ongoing. And you know, you'd always see Bill come in, and if it was a busy day and the restaurant was full, you could walk through and talk to your customers. I really missed that part of it for sure, and I can see myself doing that again one day. But you know, I'm very happy with Cisco and my role right now, so I can't see me changing anytime soon.
No, that's
All right,
very
thanks,
cool.
Todd.
I feel like there's a lot of really great stories about like things like that. Exactly. And you can feel how passionate you were about that. And that would be one of the things I'm missing right now, is going through and talking to people, and what that, having that communication with just different people, talking about food, talking about the weather, doesn't matter. But yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And we do it differently in the food and beverage industry, for sure.
Yeah, and all those experiences, learning in these times, and with large restaurant franchises, brings me to this inventory that as soon as I found out about it, I started trying to figure it out and learning it so I could share it with other people, because there's not a whole lot of, I don't think it's Cisco people that are using this tool or really know how to set it up. So I'm trying to get it out there as much as I can. So let's do a quick little demo.
Okay.
All right. I will share.
That was the worst awkward silence all week. Thanks, Todd.
Okay.
That was worse than my mic going out.
So when you log in, I'll start from the beginning. There's a couple of things you should know. There's a Cisco Source online ordering program, and then there's the mobile app ordering. This is the desktop version of the mobile. Okay. So when you open up the app on your phone, you'll see this same kind of platform dashboard. Now they both talk to each other. So the Cisco Source online ordering, as I stated yesterday, is custom guides very important. So when you open, and the login information is the same. So if you're online ordering with Cisco Source, you can use the same login to get into Cisco Mobile. This page will come up. Now there's important messages from the company if there's an outage. You can do orders through here, obviously, on your app, on your phone, walking through coolers. That's the beauty of this. You can see some invoices. You'll be able to search for products. The inventory part here is what we're going to talk about. So the settings is where you start to do the back end work for the inventory. So we'll click on settings. Now, obviously, there's locations and kitchens. So freezer, dry storage. I added cooler yesterday and kind of talked about how to add products into the location. We also have categories. So you can do canned and dry, frozen. You can add seafood, whatever way you're comfortable with in your kitchen, your storage areas. Maybe you want to set it up exactly how your shelves are, rotate around the cooler when you're counting. Lots of chefs have some slick ways of counting so they don't forget something or miss something. So the beauty of it is you can set it up exactly the way you want it. There's also vendors. So if you're buying something at the grocery store, and I'm going to add another vendor here, just call it the bakery. So it's very simple. You type in bakery, you can put some information, phone number or description of what you buy there, try and keep yourself organized, and then you can just save it. And then the point of that is when you can go into something like non-distributor items, you can create things that maybe you buy at the store and you don't buy through the distributor. So in this case, we'll just put avocado. And you can actually put an image of the avocado if you want to get really technical, description. As you scroll down, you will see that you can put the units of measure, so what you're counting it by. So if it's one avocado, you can put the price, if it's $2 for an avocado. And then you save it. Oh, did I forget something? It's a mandatory field I'm missing here.
Aha.
Aha. So if I had cooler in here, we'd attach the avocado to cooler, and then vendor will attach it to the grocery store that we buy it at. Now let's try pack size. Sorry. Pack size is by the each. So obviously that's a good training lesson right there. It shows you that you got to have all the things in before you save it, so you don't forget anything. So there's your avocado. It's in my
Like
item.
you planned that, Todd.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. So I'll go back to the settings button. So now we got our non-distributor item, we got a vendor we added. Let's go to the categories and show you why the custom guide is important. So we'll add another category. I'll call it produce. Save that. And then you can go into the edit function here and hit the select button. And this is going to bring you to the screen where you can go over on the left here to custom guide. Now I already have a guide set up in my Cisco source, like most chefs will already do. And having that custom guide set up the way you want it for your inventory is very helpful and important. So there's my custom guide. I've applied, and I'm looking for produce items to put into that category. So here's lemons, some lettuce, romaine, mushrooms, onions and peppers, potatoes. We'll hit apply to that and only selected items. Hit OK. So now the produce item category has the items you would like to count in that area. So when you go in to do your inventory count, here's an inventory that I already started. You're going to go in here and you're walking into your cooler and you're going to count your produce. You can go up to the location here on the left. You can pick, category, and you can pick the produce, hit apply. And the produce items come up. So when you're in your cooler counting, it's that simple. You've already attached all your items, all the pricing's intact. It's updated daily live, so you don't have to go through invoices. It's just such an amazing tool. I'm just going to show a report that it also can give.
I was going to say, Todd, I think it's really cool and a game changer to have the pictures, because I can send someone. Yeah, I saw one that you had the potato chips and the chicken breast, and the potato chips were actually what made me think of it, because it can be to have it specific enough that I can send someone into recount or someone into, hey, go count those potato chips. They look like this bag, this size of this bag. And then it's so detail oriented that takes a lot of the questions out, and also allows it to be a lot more pinpoint, a lot more accurate with things, which is huge.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. You know, it's funny because I was kind of wondering what the pictures would be an advantage for, and I never even thought of that.
Yeah, and if you're going to, like, coming from big venues, I might have bags of chips down in the warehouse, bags of chips up in the kitchen, and I send someone to go and count them. And having that, because there's like usually like a 45-gram bag and then a 60-gram bag. Well, 9 out of 10 people will look at it and think it's the same bag. So having a picture that goes beside it, or like a 5-ounce chicken breast or a 4-ounce chicken breast.
Right.
Having those beside, or like a different tenderloin in that coming, if something has come in that's not your norm and you still want to make sure it's counted in the inventory. So that's where the picture is absolutely. And I'm a visual learner, as a large quantity of people in the food and beverage industry are, because we're more creative. We're right brain dominant people. So the picture would pick up instantly for us.
Yeah. You see that report on there?
Yep.
Okay. So the report's just showing you, the vendor that you purchased it from, your beginning inventory from the last inventory. All your purchases should be in there squarely and accurately, and then your count. So it gives you many percentages and things to look at. A lot of glaring things pop out of inventory like we spoke about yesterday in terms of, finding out if something's missing or if you have a lot of too much of something and you want to cut down. And, your stock volume is really important, especially nowadays. So I was just another pointer we spoke about yesterday was how to count. So, you should count at the same time every month. Usually at the end of the month is when most people do it, in the early morning. And then the next inventory is the month later, same time, early in the morning, because you want to have the same data to compare one against the other.
And to know where you're at. Yeah, absolutely. Which is
What
both
else?
good and bad. I've spent many a late night, early morning in between events in a fridge counting.
Yeah, and even punching in the data afterwards is I remember those days. Going to the computer, it would take forever to just get through page after page, especially if you're working in a big establishment.
Yeah.
You have a lot of ground to cover. Having someone help you count, we spoke about yesterday as well, just to, a lot of people, I used to do it all by myself, and I had to clean and organize the coolers and freezers. And then I would have my clipboard and my calculator, and I'd be doing all this stuff by myself. But I've recently spoke to quite a few customers that double duty it, and they have a sous chef helping count and another person moving stuff around. So speeds the process up.
And
brought some back. Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, I can't possibly say enough how easier it is to have a system like this set up to support it, because then you know what the prices were. Like we talked yesterday about the prices updating. That's huge when you're ordering all of your stuff in, and especially in some months when beef has fluctuated or things like that. Knowing what those prices are can make a huge difference in your inventory and what you're making each month, for sure. And even go back and adjust the cost on things or adjust the portioning of things. So it really tightens up a lot of the numbers game, which a lot of people in the restaurant industry don't, and I speak purely from experience, don't like to pay attention to the numbers so much, but it's one of the most important things to do. So to have that kind of support from someone else would be huge.
Yeah. Speaking about the Cisco difference with all these tools, going back to Cisco Source, did we do any segments on Cisco Source, Jay?
We have one today with Sherry Keyser.
Oh, great. So Cisco Source is just is a whole nother piece to this. Obviously, I'm speaking about setting up these custom guides. I haven't even touched on that and how to do it, but I know that Cisco is working diligently to add more photos and add more information. And I believe there's even recipes coming, and I don't want to take any of the limelight away from anyone speaking on Source, but there's some good things coming on Source as well. And them two speaking together is just creating this inventory program even better.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. It's funny you brought back some memories. Sitting in the office with your coffee and you're doing the inventory, and then your server comes in and says, "Hey, so-and-so's not showing up today." You're like, "Oh," right?
Yeah.
Remember those? You brought back so many memories of that.
Or there's that person when you're in the middle of counting and you think you're done, they're like, "Oh yeah, but sorry, I thought you were done that, and I took 2 cases." And then you're like, "Oh."
Well, it's funny because you do that, but when those things happen, or a server comes and says, "Yeah, we're out of milk, or we're out of the pot machine's down, or whatever," you drop your inventory. You drop what you're doing at that moment.
Yeah,
you do, and you go deal with it. I don't, because in a lot of these managers and people's positions, what they're doing in the restaurants, the inventory is extremely important, but they seem to push that away. And then I'll get back to it, and then you get in the restaurant, and then someone else sees you down there, and then they grab you and they go, "Oh no, I need your help over here." And then you come back to that inventory at about 2:00 in the afternoon, right?
Yeah.
And then you got to start. I remember all those times. Oh my God, so many memories, Todd.
I used to have corridors in like the buildings where I could go and no one could find me.
Yeah.
Like I used to have to go through from the kitchen elevator, like through an elevator, open the one door, through the elevator, open the other door, kind of thing. Like it's like those secret doors everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why you start early too, right? So
yes,
the restaurant's not open. I think the lazier I got, the earlier I started.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm done. Yeah.
So many memories, eh?
Yeah.
It's funny, you know. It's funny because I really believe they're very similar all across Canada. It's not like you were doing it different in Ontario than we were doing it in Alberta here different.
Yeah.
Everyone goes through these same problems with inventory. And
another good point is to do your count before an order day. So
yeah.
I remember the 500 piece order would come in, and I'd be like, "Oh God, why did I do that? I should have counted yesterday."
Yeah, I remember those days when it kind of went, this isn't gonna happen. Like big spaces, and then we would have to because a lot of times at the end of the month we would be in the middle of hockey games, and if we were in playoffs at 10 o'clock the night before, we wouldn't know it. Like we wouldn't know till 10 p.m. if we were playing the next day.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Then we would have to adjust and reshift everything. And if it was at the time of inventory, oh my God, it was like somebody pull up a blanket. I got a sleeping bag. Who's making coffee? Who's doing this? It's going to be all night. And then we would have to get another order in and then count, but take things out. Okay, this is going to be sold today, and this is going to be sold today, and this is going to be sold today. Okay, but put that back in, and it's like in itself is a juggling game. So, but so much fun. So,
alrighty, well, Todd, we got to run here because we have a stacked house, and they're all sitting in the green room right now. And from Bocuse, our family at Bocuse here.
Okay, well, thanks for having me, Jay. It was really nice to meet you, Kim.
Nice to meet you too, Todd.
And have a good rest of day 4. Great job, you guys. And everybody be safe.
Thank you. You too.
All righty. So we have, well, first of all, that's what makes us different. And it's truly the people. So we have a stacked house here. We're going to run a quick commercial, the new one, just on the industry, because we do have to get everyone in here. And I'm hoping we have enough room for everyone, and we should be. And Tomas, you ready? Ready to rock it there, buddy?
I think Tomas is born ready.
Yeah,
he's like
ready.
a regular now on the show.
He's hanging out in the green room. All right, well, we're going to bring everyone here, and we're going to run a quick commercial, and we'll be back with this amazing lineup. So here we go.
Perfect. There has never been this many people in with us yet.
No, there you go. Welcome, everyone. How, how awesome is this? First of all, thank you for everyone to join today's show. This is, I'm going to say it properly because if I say it wrong, this is the Bocuse family of chefs. So welcome everyone to the show. We're so excited to have you on here. Tomas, you're the leader of all these people on here, so I'm going to let you introduce everyone. We have more coming in as we work, but the system only allows about 10 to 12 people, so we'll try to get everyone in here. But welcome everyone. Hopefully we don't crash.
Hello everyone. Let's see, yeah? Yeah, we haven't seen each other for a while now with COVID. But it's great to see everybody. Well, you probably recognize everyone, but to introduce, we have Lotte from Picobory, who's in Toronto. Jean-Pierre, I saw Jean-Pierre Levin, AJP, Jean-Pierre Chalet. Tarek is the owner of Bistro 1843 out of Montreal. Gregory Fay, the executive chef of the Place d'Armes, and also training for the upcoming Pâté Croûte World Championship. The master of Pâté Croûte. Ramen Avi, superstar, social media star also. You're doing way too many things to describe you. Jean is on the East Coast, Houston Park, and recently opened a new restaurant. What's the name again, Jean, of the new place?
Clos, Restaurant Clos.
Clos, beautiful. We just can't wait to go and visit.
We'll talk about it.
And Jason, I saw Jason logged in. I don't know, he may have, we probably were too many people in the room. Jason, of course, at the Relais Chateau, Longdon Hall, Ontario. No need to be introduced to the famous, the famous chef. So that's the Bocuse family here for you today.
Very cool. Very
Wonderful.
cool.
So nice to have everyone in here.
Wow. Well, one of the things that we do on our show and what we do, I'm going to turn my camera just so we can get you guys on there. People don't need to see me.
No.
One of the things that we want to talk about, and I just can't thank all of you, because you're in the restaurants right now, and we know you're busy. But we want to, what happens with our show? And I was just saying earlier to Kim that we reached 20,000 people so far in the last couple of days of people watching all of our shows across Canada and the U.S. market. One of the things that our people that we bring in are guests. You inspire so many other restaurateurs in the industry right now. And we want to talk a little bit about some of the tips and advice from you, are really for others that are maybe tuning in or watch us later. What are those things that you can share with them through these difficult times that inspire others to keep going? And I applaud you all to keep going on this, because this is what's great about our industry, and this is what's great about the guests that we have on here. And I've had so many people say that to me. It just inspires me to keep going, to hear others and what they're doing. So I'll let Tomas take over from here and get everyone to share a little bit of those inspirations and how can we tell others across this beautiful country how to keep going.
I think the each and every one of us has quite some stories to share from professional experience, but also from what is happening recently. So, well, you know that for myself, what I tried to do was to rethink the way that the association, the Bocuse Association, was working, because was living upon donations and fundraising events. So this kind of structure will be difficult to manage for the upcoming month and maybe years, actually. So we just had to rethink the whole process, and like any kind of business, to see the new opportunities, the new doors that open. So to me, the learning from that experience, like the slap in the face, was to think, okay, we have to get together and find different ways to survive and go through this. And that's why we just recently reopen to different teams, to put back teams together, and to very soon actually launch a new range of food products that will showcase the local farmers and recipes, exclusive recipes signed with chefs. So that's, also goes in the trend of being local. So to me, that would be the learning from this experience is we've been used to do the same thing for 10, 20 years. And now we just have to reimagine, but always keeping, the same spirit, the same mentality. But that was my personal experience. I think that would be interesting to see that from a chef's point of view, who is working today. We have our friends working as consultants, or that recently opened a restaurant like Jean, who also are running hotels. So we all have a different story. Maybe Jean, do you want to tell us a little bit about your experience from the East Coast, how it's been, how you guys are doing, and like what it's been for you to open a restaurant in this, situation?
Well, yeah. Well, thank you. Welcome, everyone. I really appreciate being on here and having the opportunity to speak to all of you guys. New Brunswick, specifically, and the Atlantic Canada has had the opportunity to, for some time, to be in a smaller bubble. So some sort of restaurants and activities in dining rooms were still able to happen for certain periods of time, and those came in and out depending on phases. So just like everyone else, we had some stop and starts that were happening. And yes, exactly, that's the thing. We were opening up a restaurant right on Main Street here in Moncton. It's one of the bigger centers here in Atlantic Canada. And exactly, we got caught after 4 months of opening, being right in the pandemic. So the restaurant's been longer in pandemic operations than it has in our vision of what the restaurant can be. But the thing is about seeing it as a longer term and seeing it not just as today. We're fortunate to have lots of great partners here, lots of great people that are supporting restaurants and ourselves. So we're able to weight it and still have some service, 50% occupancy in the restaurant. That keeps things going. Obviously, with financial aid from federal and everything, that definitely keeps everyone afloat. So yes, things have been difficult, but we're learning to do things a bit differently like everyone else. It pushed us to think about how we want to position the restaurant and what does it look like coming out of this. So it's been a really great time for us to reflect, and also for the team as well to get the team to work together and make it something important. It's really something that I like to share. So thank you.
It's like a really extended soft opening.
Yeah, extremely extended soft opening. Yeah, exactly.
Very cool. There's Tomas. Tomas, you're right in the middle of the screen. How lucky was that? Stories. Thanks, Gene. So who's next? Who's next going to tell their story?
Okay, maybe I will go. Just go back to your. I think to start, we should talk about, because we talk about the Bocuse d'Or, and we should talk about the 10 values that Mr. Bocuse start the competition of Bocuse d'Or. It will apply to every restaurant, and it's very to remind that to the 10 values at Bocuse d'Or. What do you need to be prepared? Competition, but to open the restaurant will be the. So the first thing was work as a team, and we will all agree with that. We need, and I think we will agree with the 10 value anyway. The second one is to represent your country with pride, and again, I mean, we are going to agree about all those things. The third one, endeavor to respect the producer and the produce. The number 4 will be show spirit, freedom, and imagination. Number 5 will be use the very best of your knowledge. Number 6, do not waste, do not throw away. Number 7, be your own master in the face of adversity. Number 8 will be remain humble in victory and luminous in defeat. Number 9, endeavor to serve humanity through your cooking.
Oh, did he freeze?
Those values are very important. I mean, they will apply to any restaurant, and I think that's what every student, every apprentice should learn from the beginning. And if we all respect that, then it will be a big no. That's it. My comment. Hello.
We're here. I'm here.
Okay. So
There. Thank you. You know what? That's a good education piece because I was unaware of a lot of those things, and it's good to share those as well.
mm-hmm.
I think, did we lose Tomas?
Yeah, I think Tomas fell off there, but that's okay.
Yeah, it looked like.
That's okay.
All right,
Tomas.
who's next?
Who's next? Who's that? Thank you. That was awesome. I was actually on mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got people texting me and emailing me everywhere. So they're all in awe, I think, of today's show with you guys on here. This is incredible. So who'd like to share their next story or their advice and tips?
Someone has to leave to go teach, don't they?
Yeah. So I'm gonna go a little. I'm gonna go.
all right.
Hi everybody. Thanks to be here. I'm very proud to join you today. So I started this job. I would not say this job, but this passion exactly like 22 years ago, and now it's very, very different. Yeah, but it's the same thing. Passion is the same. I do live for this job and not the contrary. Like it's my leitmotif for every day, and I woke up and going to work, and it's to learn something, to transmit something. If I have two advices to give, I cannot pinpoint only one thing, okay? But I do think like the one specific thing Marco Pierre White always said is the triple T rule. So taste, taste, taste. I know it's in general, but I think it's very useful and it's very important. And the second thing, never, ever allow you compromise. Be precise on what things you do. And if you want something like taste like this, a precise ingredient, and you choose it, make it precise and be loyal on what you think. Be the master of your own creation. Never allow nobody tells you what doing with your cuisine. And I think it's very important during that crucial moment with the COVID problem and everything. Why? Because if you choose to make it beautiful, stay in that line, even if it's for making takeout. It's possible to making very nice, very beautiful, and I think it's very, very important to get the customers in the way they want to eat. They want to eat something beautiful. They want to eat something hot, and they want to eat something tasty. So if it missed something like one of those 3 points, you fail in some way. So I think if it's beautiful and you can let it beautiful, even if it's takeout, I think you got it better. And I made the exercise with Jay at the beginning of January,
Yep.
and it worked well. So I think we can do something very nice, something useful, something special, even if it's in takeout or something like this. But very important to share your points with the customers.
It's awesome. And you, by the way, you said that so like we just made a dish on Saturday. It was
Yeah.
amazing what you made. with our salmon and things like that. And it was awesome and inspired a lot of other people as well. So thanks so much, Sam, and absolutely you rock. You can go back teaching now if you have to. But
Thank you. See you soon.
Awesome. So Sam's gone. Chef Jason, you are up next. Where did he go? Don't tell me did he just disappear again? Poor guy.
He's just down the road from me, so.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, not too far away.
Here he comes. Here he is. So, Chef Jason, it's over to you. And I apologize, you keep bouncing in and out. Must be the good old streaming of the virtual world. Here we go.
Oh.
Let's try that. There you go.
We need like some elevator music.
There he is. We're going to bring him up there. Hey, Chef Jason. Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead. Please.
We're just busy talking about you. Hi.
Yeah.
Can you guys see me and hear me? I'm having a really hard time staying connected.
Here, we'll give it a try there. How's that? We're going to remove sound.
I keep getting kicked out of the conversation.
There we go. Is that a little bit better? We'll try that. All right. I'll make some room for you.
You guys can hear me and see me. I'm just getting kicked out.
There we go. Try that. We can hear you now. All right. Well, maybe not.
Maybe.
It's Kim. There we go. Well, as Jason kind of figures that out, I'm just getting. All right. Who'd like to go next? All right. Here we go. We'll try Jason one more time.
And then I'm picking names.
Okay, you go for it, Kim. All right, Jason. I'm getting like text. You're like the top chef in Canada, so we got to get you on here. That's pretty big clout. There you go. Well, we could do like the TV where they do like a still photo of you and you can just talk. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's fine as long as you can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, now we're running.
There we go. Go for it.
Well, hi everybody. My name is Jason Bangeter. I'm the chef at Langdon Hall in Cambridge, Ontario. And it's really great to be here, sitting with everyone and talking about what it takes to do what we do, what we love, and I think that is the thing. I think, and this has already been mentioned several times, I think the most important thing in all of this is to stay focused and to stay true to your brand. Stay true to
we lost him again.
We lost him.
I'm so sorry. That's the fun about this show, is we just don't know.
Yesterday I picked Jay out of the show, guys. So like, there's no telling what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I just hijacked the whole thing yesterday.
My mic went down. So, anyways, I think Jason will try one more time here. There we go. There you go, Jason.
Where did I get cut off there?
There we go.
We got through Cambridge, Ontario, staying true to the brand.
Yeah, staying true to your brand. I think in all of this, I'm coming from a place, we're in a forest in the middle in Cambridge. We're not in the city. We don't have a large foot traffic. So right off the bat, takeout for me seemed to make any sense. It didn't feel like it was going to be a worthy cause. And as we start to think about it, we realized that it wasn't just about trying to sustain a business, but it was also about staying connected to community and supporting those in the community, our local farmers and other restaurateurs in the area, and really creating a bond, a family. And I think, I sit on the World Culinary Council for Relations.
Oh, man, it was getting so good.
We're on a roll there.
We're on a roll there. Sorry.
One.
Good boy.
maybe we'll have someone else go and then we can kick them out.
Yeah, let's try
I'm not
that.
trying to get rid of anybody, but
Let's go for that. Jason, we'll be back to you in a second here. I'm getting
all right, Phil, you're up.
There you go.
Phil's like, don't pick me. Don't pick me. I'm picking you.
No, it's all good.
now.
I appreciate it.
Banff Springs?
Yes.
Yeah.
So from Alberta, a little west of you guys.
Well, no, I'm in Edmonton. So
Oh, wonderful. So
Yeah, I'm in London, Ontario. So
So a little far, bit of a drive.
you're way west of me. Yeah.
That's great. So yeah, I'm the chef de cuisine at the 1888 restaurant inside the Fairmont Banff Springs in Alberta. You know, the last year has been a challenge, obviously, for everyone. For us, it's been a little bit different. We've been able to keep the hotel open now throughout, even when restaurants were closed all over Alberta. So it kept a little bit of normalcy through everything. Whereas in the last lockdown in March, when we reopened, it was from nothing. It was our first time shutting the hotel down since World War II. So, you know, a big event, very different. It's an old hotel too, because so even when it shut down, you know, it was open in the 1800s. So even if it's shut down, you still need a large staff to just make sure pipes don't break and things don't go. But, you know, we've been very lucky to be able to keep doing what we do. And for my tips, I'd say, you know, the main thing that I tell my guys every day, it's challenge the way you think. Just because you've seen something done or flavors being paired together 1,000 ways in the past does not mean that that's the only way that it has to be. Challenge the way that you think. Don't just assume that some things go together or shouldn't go together or whatever. Push that boundary. Found your way to do research, or just through trial and error, try things, try different things. And I'd say all the major breakthroughs in my career, you know, came from that mentality. When I was a teenager, it used to be called being rebellious and not enjoying authority and all that. Now, you know, I found a way to make a career out of it. So I'm pretty lucky. But yeah, that's my main thing is, you know, challenging the way that you think. And like a couple of other chefs said today, stay true to what you believe in. One of the biggest pride that I have throughout this pandemic, my whole career, obviously, but throughout this pandemic too, is that working with the little farms that we do, with the small food purveyors that we do, with, you know, the everyone around us, with the fishmongers, with everything, it's not just myself and my family that was able to keep eating and keep putting food on the table and keep paying our bills. It's so much more than that. And working for a company like Fairmont, I get the support that I have never gotten before in my career to support these farms and create projects and work on specific products. And, you know, now more than ever, I've always been a big militant for the local food movement and organic cultures and permaculture. And I've done a lot of stuff for those causes in my career. But really now it's becoming about so much more than that. Obviously, the food is great. It's less traveling on trucks, so it's good for the environment. But at the end of the day, I'm able to be in a place where I'm helping these people make ends meet. And you see, I mean, it's always true, right? No matter who you support, it's always true. But having it so close to home really gives me a sense of pride in what we do and what we're able to achieve.
And I'm sure that helps you build a lot of sense of community amongst the purveyors in the area and that.
Absolutely. And then, you know, what's great too with small farms, as a chef that has very bad OCD about some stuff and is very obsessive, I think like most of us are.
Yeah.
I'm able to call someone and be like, hey, this week I need beets that are 2 inches in diameter, because for my dish, that's what I need. And that's all I need. Yeah. And then I'll call them the week after and I'm like, I need the biggest beets that you have. And they're able to help me with that. And in some instances, it's great for them because sometimes they're products that they wouldn't necessarily be selling. They're able to send me grade B or grade C ingredients, depending on what we're doing. We have a large focus on fermentation at the hotel based on food waste and sustainability. Like you can imagine, when we're full tilt, we have 9 kitchens, over 300 cooks. So if you think of just making stock, the byproduct is crazy. The amount of bones, we're talking about hundreds of kilos a week.
Oh yeah.
So finding ways to be able to reuse that and reutilize that and boost profits, obviously, but also lower our food waste has been great. And it allows us to work with these little farms and get products that they normally wouldn't be able to sell, or if they're sending pigs to the slaughterhouse. Well, I will buy the kidneys from you. I will buy these things because the enzymes in the kidney allows me to liquefy scraps from my fish and make a sauce. And little things like that puts money in their pockets, lowers their waste, lowers our waste, and boosts our profits. So, I mean, it's really a win-win, and it's great to have the farmer's phone number so I can call him in the morning when I wake up and I have this crazy idea, and 2 days later it's in the kitchen ready to be tried.
And I'm such a advocate for the story. That changes your story. It changes the story of the farmer and what how that farmer is going forward to carry on that conversation. And I'm a huge fan of being able to create those stories, especially between farmers and chefs and restaurateurs, like how we've disconnected from that story for so many years, and now we're getting back to it, and what that belief looks like is huge. So
exactly. And I mean, now with like the foodie generation, if you may, people know a lot more about cooking. They understand a lot more about what we're putting on their plates. So having these stories and having those background stuff, it adds perceived value to the guest. And really, you know, a word that we use a lot in my restaurant is experience. From the moment you walk in to the moment you walk out should be an experience. Everyone else is giving meals. Let's try and do something else. And those relationships, those tidbits of information, those stories that we have with them really adds to that.
And increases the connection as well. So, I love it.
Love it. Well, Chef, I just blown away. First of all, that you're in Alberta right now, so that's awesome. By the way,
you're gonna have to come and visit.
Yeah, I have a list because we've done about 50 shows now, and I have a massive list of places to go and see and get back out there and try all of the amazing food everyone makes across Canada, and just hats off to what you're doing. And the one thing I also wanted to mention, first of all, I'm geeking out, and all the people that are texting me geeking out watching the show right now of who we have on here. You guys all worry about so many other people in the industry of who you are. And you worry about them, but you take care of them. And I applaud you for that, because you think within being the best chefs in Canada that, you know, that ego, that thought of the ego, you know, oh, they all have this and that. But all I hear for the last 4 days is how much all of these chefs like yourselves care about your employees, your people so much. And I truly believe when you look at leadership in today's world, that's like the number one trait is to worry about and take care of your people. And I applaud you guys all that. It's amazing. So thank you so much, Chef.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. Who's up next, Jay?
Who wants to go? Who's busy right now? Yeah, exactly. Best to run to go do something. There we go.
All right, Gregory, you're up.
Yeah, thank you very much. Kiwi, also, I would like to thank above all Thomas and his organization for giving me the opportunity to express myself today. So, thanks everyone. I am Gregory Fay. I am the executive chef of the Place d'Armes Hotel in the Haute Porte, Montreal. So I come from France, where I worked in a gastronomic restaurant business for 10 years before coming here. Recently, I took part in the World Championship of pâté en croûte, and I intended it again when the situation allows it. So I have been part of Bocuse d'Or Adventure since 2018, where I helped the team for Trevor and Gina. It was for the Bocuse d'Or 2019. So beyond the simple gesture of mutual help between professionals to support chef who is the wish to participate in the Bocuse d'Or. Personally, being part of Chef Canada is for me the opportunity to have a support for the future pâté en croûte contest, And some chefs already helped me a lot, like Tariq. Hello, Eric, whom I thank. It is also to transmit to the young generation the know-how and experience, as Samuel Sierra does, in order to perennize the future of the contest. Who knows? There may be a young, isolated chef who is passionate about cooking and who has the talent to participate in the contest, and Chef Canada have to discover it. So I'm proud to be part of this great adventure alongside women and men who would share the same passion of this prestigious competition. I will finish by this word. I heard a lot by the other chef today, passion. In the pandemic time, it's helped me a lot. The passion for the good things, the good taste is to keep me alive during the pandemic. It's keep me the fire burning, you know. So we're gonna continue to rock it and support each other. And I am very proud today to speak with you guys. So thank you very much. And sorry for my English. Huh?
No, it's perfect.
It's actually better than mine. So
Yeah.
No.
Yes, it is.
Thanks.
I was mentioning to, we had Alex and Sam on the other day, and I was mentioning to them that I have never gone the route of ever wanting to compete, and talking to you guys and hearing how passionate all of you are, and that it's incredibly inspiring, and it's very exciting to hear about all of that and the community behind it and all the different styles and things, and really being able to showcase your talents and that. Now, do you find that the numbers of people competing are going down, or are they staying? Like, I don't know how much, like, the next generation's coming up looking to do this. Is it something that is still maintaining people? Anyone?
Well,
Greg, what do you think?
I think they're all pretending to be frozen.
I definitely think that there's still a hunger for competition, and it's not, you know, necessarily to get a bigger name or to put yourself out there so much as really it is to challenge yourself. And it's really an occasion for a lot of chefs that maybe don't always have the occasion to kind of push themselves to greater technical mastery. So yeah, I still think that there is a hunger and a thirst for competition, and as you said, it isn't for everyone. It doesn't make either choice right or wrong. I mean, people push themselves in different manners, and we see still quite a bit of interest. We still talk to a lot of people, and for some people, you know, in a busy industry, they can't find the time to commit to a competition, or sometimes it's very difficult to find support, because doing all these things can be quite expensive sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Totally. I totally understand that then. Nice. All right. Well, you're already on mic. So let's go. Tariq, you're up.
Boom. All right. So I'm Tariq Belmufid. I'm originally from Calgary. Sorry, Jay, it's better.
Hey, I'm originally from Calgary, so
you're all right. You're all right.
I fully agree with you, by the way.
So I grew up in a small restaurant in Alberta. It's a different route. That's where I first got bit by the cooking bug. I was really exposed to it at an early age and got really interested. And I went out on my own, and I kind of got some different experiences. And somewhere along the journey, when I was living in France, my father kind of twisted my arm to come back to Alberta and open a little place in a tiny town called Longview, Alberta. And I kind of just I said, I'll give you 6 months, and then I'm going to go off to another adventure somewhere else. And that's when we opened the Longview Steakhouse. And I came to a realization, and I really I fell in love with the atmosphere of owning and running a small restaurant, the liberty, the creativity,
the raw direct contact that you get to have with your clients. You know, it doesn't go through a chain before it gets to you, so it's very quick action reaction. From there, I moved to Montreal in 2009, where I opened a restaurant with my wife called Bistro 1843. And, you know, yeah, it's been tough going, you know, but my advice for, you know, small restaurant owners and chefs in this time is, you know, we need to remain confident in our philosophy, the why we do what we do, and we need to remain fluid in our mentality to move forward. So as professionals, we're always seeking more, you know, more knowledge, greater mastery of skills, more inspiration, finding ways to give more value to our clientele. And in order to grow, you need to be able to conduct some brutally honest self-audits. And, you know, you need to keep yourself in check. You don't need to question yourself. You need to approach your business with humility to surmount the challenges or obstacles that are faced with you. And I think that, you know, you always need to keep yourself focused on the end result, the final product. Your product, the way that the client is getting it when they're going home, is it the way that the best that it can be? You know, not everybody can do takeout. Not everybody's cuisine or style of cuisine is easily adapted to takeout. It's how I'm getting my product the best it can be, and communicating my directions as clearly to my end user. And that's really what's gotten us forward to this point, and created different opportunities for us that we're very grateful for.
Awesome. I'm a huge advocate for the self-audit of people and just keeping yourselves in check and being aware of what that is. So Chef David Franklin wrote in speaking to competitions, that some culinary schools have cut competitions out of their budget, and the industry needs to step in and support young chefs. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. And ourselves as professionals or small business owners or chefs of large restaurants, I think that we should really be encouraging that, because, you know, when we push someone to push themselves, we're getting back as well. And I think that that's the way we're going to see our industry really move forward. And, you know, yeah, that's I think that we do need to take our role.
And I think that helps us build a sense of community amongst us. Like, I'm in London, Ontario. You guys are out west. You guys are out east. But yet we all still have the same platform of a love and a passion for the food and beverage industry, a love for being a chef. And we want to continue a legacy, because I said, I don't want to do this job forever. So we need to be bringing people up in the ranks behind us that feel that same passion. And yeah, supporting young chefs as mentors, I think, is a huge thing, because it doesn't seem to, we don't seem to have a lot of people coming through the system or staying in it once they're at the longevity of their careers doesn't seem to be following through for some of us. Like I'm 20 plus years in, and some of them just seem to be jumping back out. So I think that's a huge challenge to tackle, to keep people in, which would be, hopefully they keep coming around. So Roman.
Up next, I guess it's me.
Yep.
All right, so I'm Romain Avril. I'm here in Toronto. I've been here for about 10 years, but I come originally from France. I trained pretty much all my youth in Michelin restaurant in Relais Chateau. So I moved to the UK when I was 21. Worked there for 5 years, and as I said, I've been in Toronto for 10. Yeah, I think a few things we mentioned, it's competition, right? So if I could give one first advice when it comes to competition, it's really competing with yourself. Mm-hmm. Over the years, I've never really tried to be the best, but try to be bettering myself every day. To me, I think it's important. I think this is how you can really stay creative and always kind of like look at what you've done and what you've achieved and how you can be better and kind of like achieve new things, inspiring people. And being creative. I think right now this is probably what's been the hardest part, is to stay creative, especially when you don't have an outlet. I was supposed to open my restaurant. I had just signed a lease 3 days before we went on the first lockdown. So I think The word that has been big this year is the word pivot, right? So I think as chefs, it's not really a new word for us. I think we've been pivoting all of our career, always reinventing ourselves. Personally, I'm always trying to find new things to do. Whether it's, right now, how do I teach? How do I connect with my customers? And it's making videos online. It's writing a cookbook. So I think it's just what I love about our industry, and hey, as we support each other, I think there's also something that's been pretty amazing through the years. We've seen more and more collaboration, and people try to inspire each other, and then try to support and really stick together. So yeah, I think overall how tough it's been. I think we've also seen a lot of light shining throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one of the questions is, what would you say to chefs that don't believe in competitions and their importance to promote our pure country and cuisine on the world stage? And I have to admit, I was that chef before. I didn't buy into the competition side. I was too busy doing my own thing. But yeah, what would you say to that?
Yeah, it's funny because when I was the young, maybe like 14 or 15, I was never really into the competition world and really didn't understood what it was. And I think I was part of my first competition program at the age of 18 or 19. And you just realize that's probably the best way to show your creativity and show like how good or where you want to be and when you want to advance. And I think it's very important to show also what we have to offer, especially for Canada, for instance. I mean, being part of the Bocuse d'Or since 2016, I think it's been like an honor. To me, it's probably one of the best thing I've achieved in my career, to be able to support a candidate, because at the end of the day, like, even though I'm from France, I live in Canada and I'm a Canadian now, and I support Canada like for everything. And we have to show and show the world what we can do with the talent that we have here. So I think, to me, this is the best way to represent. And again, the competition is not always about winning. It's also about being there and then showcase what we have to offer.
And I think one of the coolest things, and so we had 10 different chefs all from across the country, and you could put one ingredient in front of all of us and we would do something completely different with it 99% of the time. And that's the thing about this industry that I think is so cool, is there's so much opportunity to be creative. And this would be where, like you said, you might not win something, but someone might look and be like, oh, wow, like that guy did that and like really cool. I want to take that on and learn it. And it's one of those industries. And I've always said one of my favorite parts about it is that there's no end to the information. There's no end to the knowledge of things that you can learn. It is constantly evolving. And that makes it incredibly exciting. So
sure.
Anybody? I don't even know where Jay went, so we can just hang out.
No,
and talk.
I'm still here. I'm listening. Okay. I'm learning. Still, I am from Calgary, just so you know. Anyways, I think Jason. I'm gonna try to get Chef Jason in here. I think we can just do audio for him, but I wouldn't mind to see if we can get Jason. I'm gonna unmute you, Jason. Try not to do the camera. We'll just do the mic, the audio, and see if this works. Here we go. Oh, he's got to unmute himself. So let's see if Jason can make it in. And then we'll be good to go. I was going to say, obviously, can't make it in. That's okay. Okay, I've got here.
You're crackly now, Jay.
What? Sorry?
You're kind of crackly now, too.
I'm crackly?
Yeah.
Not tip all the expensive mic. Just I heard the mic. They never will probably. So do I sound okay now? Do I sound okay?
Better now, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to share these words of wisdom on behalf of Chef Jason. So hopefully I can read this right. I was an art student, so I wasn't an English major. So here we go. So share your challenges and victories with each other, with your colleagues during the time. I cannot more than agree with him. I think all of you are showing that today. Stay connected to.
Okay, hang on. We're losing you again. We're losing you, and I feel like this is an important message to hear.
Yes, it is. Let's give me 1 second here.
Okay. We need like cheesy elevator music right now.
Is that better? Is that
Jeopardy.
better?
We're all
is that a little
we
better?
should be doing Jeopardy. Yeah.
Is that better? Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
This is how professional we are. So
Right?
I said the beginning part. Sure, can you hear me again?
Yeah.
I'm good,
Keep
Kim?
going. So
Okay.
far.
Share your challenges and victories with each other, with your colleagues during this time. Stay connected to farmer, fisheries, artisans, and your staff, and continue to support them the best you can. We need each other more than ever. When you can, welcome guests back to your table. Do so with all you have. It is our time. Everyone is looking for what we are all about. Recharging, enjoying life, to relax, to feel human again. Show them what we're all about. Hospitality. I'm so excited to be back doing what we love to do. Sharing extraordinary experiences and creating memories with the power of cuisine and service. I apologize for not being able to share this in person, but thank you for including me. Have hope. We are almost through this. Awesome message, Chef Jason. Amazing, amazing words of wisdom there. I cannot more than agree with you, and that's what's so awesome. I got goosebumps, literally goosebumps, just being able to be in all of your presence, and being able to read that for Jason. Incredible. You guys are amazing, and you really bring a lot of hope. I've had so many emails and texts just these few minutes we got to spend with you. They're inspiring to others, so I cannot thank you enough.
And you're cracking again.
And I'm
Sorry,
cracking
Jay.
again. No worries.
Yeah, you're cracking up.
There, I'm cracking up. All right. Well, we'll be talking to this mic company a little bit later. So, anyways, but I just can't thank you enough. I can't.
And you guys, is there anything else you want to say to inspire people? Like the past 3 days, we've had so many cool people on and cool groups just doing super fun things that half the country, I guarantee, didn't even know were possible in what they were doing. And is there anything that you guys want to say? You have a platform right now. Anything you want to share to younger people coming up, people going in the industry? Shout out to make sure people come back and see you. Anything? Oh, I got you thinking now. Oh, I know we gotta be quick here.
Well, if I can go,
yeah.
I think something that a lot of us have touched on, is the importance of competition, and obviously being here representing Buck Hughes Dog Canadian team is a huge achievement for all of us, a huge chip on our shoulder a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And you also mentioned how it's surprising how everyone else around us is very important. And back in the day, it's not quality that we would associate with chefs. I think a great thing about the change in the world around us and how people now are maybe a little more sensitive about things is that it's giving us a chance to look at ourselves and look at how we get the results. And we used to think it was only by, intensity of service is here, so I have to be here at all times. That's a quote that I've used many, many times. And I think now there's a lot less fear-based egos around and a lot more understanding when it comes to the relationships with our staff members, our expectations with our cooks, and how to get them there. I think a lot of us have started in the industry where we still got hit and yelled at and stuff thrown at us and all this good stuff that build character. And don't get me wrong, I wouldn't change the way that I started in this industry. I do believe it's a big reason for where I am. But one thing that I think a lot of us have told ourselves throughout our careers is when I'm in that seat, when I'm in that office, when I'm the one in those whites, it'll be different. I'll find another way. And one thing that we cannot lose through this, though, is the importance of competition, of pushing yourself. You don't need to be yelling and belittling people in order to get them to the next level, but you have to find ways to keep pushing. It doesn't matter how sensitive people are. It doesn't matter how understanding you are of the situation. We still have our quality standards, and we need to find new ways of getting the same results and getting the same passion out of our cooks and getting the same products on the plate and the same quality of everything, right? So I think one thing with the competition that's really important, that it develops those chops. It develops that intensity that cooks get, and that sense of ownership over your station, over your plate. And sometimes it's just about, giving blame as much as you give props, and it's, whatever ways. But I think that's one thing that I see kind of being lost in some kitchens and in some environments, because we're trying to be understanding, we're trying to be overall better people. And that's an amazing thing, but we can't forget what we're here for. And we need to work together to find ways to get that passion out of all cooks. We all know that we don't have the same amount of cooks or quality of cooks sometimes that we used to have 10, 15 years ago. So it's all about adapting and pivoting and adapting to what is our new reality, and how do we get to where we're going.
Yeah, absolutely. I do actually call myself a recovering kitchen asshole.
Yep,
So
yep.
so I know exactly what it means to walk down that path, and that's actually part of how Jay and I got into this kind of partnership together, is that we've actually never met face to face, but I was on one of his shows as part of the Culinary Federation talking about ways in which to do that better. And at the Culinary Federation, we created a partnership on addiction services and an education piece. And my passion has switched from the plates to the people. So I, in my corporate world, had an opportunity to do a lot of training, a lot of leadership training, things like that. And I've shift my focus onto exactly giving, serving the people who serve the people. So giving the tools to executive chefs, management, leadership on how to manage their team, as well as keep themselves in balance. And my side hustles as a yoga teacher. So if you can imagine the adrenaline of the line meets the yoga teacher, it was a good tug of war for a few years. But now I've landed in this space, and Jay and I've created a show for me on this platform just on this topic. So hopefully we'll keep pushing. I think it's so important that we keep having those conversations, and we recognize where we've come from and how we've gotten into this role, and are able to really recognize what didn't sit as well for us, and we could do better, or could do in a more skilled manner. I think is super important for us. So welcome back, Gene. Nice to see you again.
Hi there, everybody. Well, I kind of got kicked out for a bit, but I was kind of scratching at the door, hoping to get another chance to have a chat with everyone. I mean, incredible stories from everybody here, what's happening around the country, chefs thinking hard about product, people, situations and stuff, and really hearing everybody over the last couple of days and in this forum right here is really nice. And I'm sure it'll go a long way with everyone.
Yeah. Because I think we're all really having the same conversations. Go ahead, please.
There's one thing I wanted to add as well. I think we're talking about almost restarting with a clean slate, having been away and then reshift. And I think one thing we have to keep focusing on and giving more space of, especially when I see the panel, it's like really pushing more of the presence of women in the industry, as well as LGBTQ+ and BIPOC communities. I think it's always been white male dominant. And I think we have to make an effort to really leave a space for these communities to express themselves and to show that the competition is for them as well, and to focus on their talent as well.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And of course, I am a huge advocate of females in this industry. And I know some of the stories I've come up with, and I would love to give the future an opportunity to not come up with a lot of those stories in the industry. So, and I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by not encouraging and opening up ourselves so much to those dynamics of things, because again, there's so much we can learn from everyone in this. So, yeah. Anyone else? We still got like 3 minutes. So, Jay, you still there? Oh, might be my show again. This happened to us yesterday. Jay's mic went down, so I just hijacked the entire show, and I made it all about whatever I wanted to talk about, which was super fun for me, of course, because I talked about food and stuff. So
can you hear me now?
Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's doing everything to fight that.
tell you that mic is driving me crazy. Anyways, thanks again, and I'm just sitting here listening and just being so inspired through the talks, especially around all these situations that in the past was acceptable in our industry, and especially in our kitchens, to be able to hear you guys stepping up and making a difference with it. I applaud you all for doing that, and it really attracts a younger age to come into our industry. And we don't need to be those screaming chefs and throwing things at you and all those different things. And we all have a story, I guarantee it, from those past. They were horrible. It was horrible times, and it's amazing how it's changed. And you guys are all a huge part of it, is all because what you guys do and how you lead this. Really, you lead in the way that I think things need to be led, and it's awesome stuff. So,
And it's
anyway,
been
my 2 cents.
it was added into the chat that women or any chefs and professionals can be added into the family by adding their names to the ambassador list at chefscanada.com. So all you girls out there, come hang out, get on the list, please. So again, thank you so much, guys. It was so nice to have this conversation. I love the fact that 2 years ago, we might not have been able to have a conversation like this in this forum and see all of you together. We'd all be busy running venues, doing things, whatever. So it's really, it's been a great gift to be able to share this platform with all of you and hear that clearly we're all having the same challenges. We're all having the same issues. We're all having the same accomplishments across the board. And it's wonderful to have you all here and share your passion for this as well. So thank you so much. Jay, anything else?
No, other than just all the best to you guys, and let's keep forward. I can't wait to visit each one of you.
Yeah, I'm coming too.
We can come with me. Anyways,
yeah.
Thanks to everyone, and thanks to Bridget for helping put this together as well.
Yeah.
She's also my rock stars that I know.
And Tomas, we kicked him out, so.
And Tomas as well, poor guy. There he is. Oh, here he is. Let's see if we can get him in. Can we get him in? There he is.
Anything you want to add to?
Yeah, the wisdom from Tomas.
Oh, but he's muted. That's actually the catchphrase of 2020. Excuse me, you're muted.
Hey, sorry everyone. I was just out of the room. I don't know. It seems like we're just too many. We're too many. But I'm very happy that we had the chance to see everybody's face today, because it's been quite some time. But it's good to see that everybody's doing well, and we'll just hang in there, and everything will go very well soon. So thanks for having us again today. It's really a pleasure to be able to have the voice and be able to express ourselves today. So thank you, guys. Thank you for doing it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Yeah. There we go.
All right.
Holy smokers.
That was so much fun.
Bad Mike. Anyways, so can you hear me better now? Like, am I not crackly?
No, you're better now.
I'm better now. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to go to that one.
No.
More. And Melissa's coming back in here. We're going to bring Melissa in there. There we go. Anyways, that was amazing. That was incredible.
Yeah, it was so great. You know what? When you think about it, so clearly represented across Canada, but everyone is having the same conversation. Like as an industry, we're all having the same conversations. We're talking about staff, we're talking about support, we're talking about being better, and we're talking about doing better for us, the environment, the farmers, everyone across the board. And it's really exciting to see that unity that's really starting to show through across for all of us. Very cool.
It really is. It really is. And it's really everyone, that catchphrase, we're all in this together, and sure are. And you see how many people are supporting everyone, and for all of them and how busy they are today to be able to jump on our show and just spend some time with us was just so special. So really cool. I'm stoked. I got goosebumps, and
I know.
I hate that mic. And thank you for taking that one on while I fought my mic here.
No problem.
Well, what we have next, and he's sitting there in his little green room in Maple Leaf's kitchen, hanging out, is Chef Kepi is going to be up next. You can't, don't unmute yourself yet. I'm going to mute you. And He's going to be up next, and we're going to run a quick commercial so we can grab some coffee, and we'll be back with Chef Kepi from Maple Leaf. I was laughing. Melissa's like, "Hey, Chef, put your name." And he's like, "Done." He's like, "Kepi's been on our show so many times, he doesn't even need to. We don't even need."
He's a legend already.
He's a legend already. Welcome, Chef.
Jay, well, thank you very much. Kim, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And surviving 4 days with Jay, that in itself is an accomplishment.
Right?
Thank you. I can't wait for you to burn something today.
Now, Jay, Chef Ryan asked me to check in on the microphone situation.
Yeah.
You haven't banged it too much, but he did call me quite concerned. So I just wanted to make sure it's mic okay.
We're good now. We changed mics. We got a good mic now. The other one's really expensive. The sad thing is that goes back to you don't need to spend a lot of money on stuff to make it work, right? So
yeah,
we're good now. We're good. No problems. Kim
Okay.
doesn't need to do the rest of the show, which we're totally good. All good. Alrighty. So what are we doing, Chef? What's
Okay, so we're going to look at two products today, but basically what we wanted to sort of aim towards here was we've gone through a year of COVID. We're still with it. It's not gone yet, but we need to start with more things opening up. We still need to start putting a bit more of a personal touch on some things. We've had to use a lot of value-added products, and there's some great ones out there, and that's going to continue. But I think that with the chefs back in the kitchen, we can start doing a little bit of scratch cooking as well. So we're going to be able to take some of the things that we're doing already and just bring them a little bit more unique to each operation. So for what we have today, I've got two fast scratch products. Basically, we have a raw chorizo and a raw Italian sausage in a chub format. And we've been selling both of these products as a link sausage for many, many years. And what I would end up doing every time I got the sausage was take it out of the casing to work with it, to do something else. Because what we want to be able to do is multiple applications. We want to be able, if we're going to bring something into your restaurant, we want you to be able to use it in different places on the menu and as many times as you possibly can. No more one trick ponies. So we're going to start off with the chorizo sausage, and we're just going to Kyle just want to switch that one over. So what I've got here is a chub. This is an 800-gram sleeve of chorizo sausage, and just so when you see when we crack this baby open, it's that bright orange ground sausage meat. So this is a rougher chopped sausage that we have here that we're going to be able to work with to make into a number of different dishes. We're just going to do two with this one today. but this is a Mexican style chorizo, which is your more the wet style chorizo. Your other would be more of a cured pepperette style. For what we're doing today, we're talking about the chorizo, the Mexican chorizo. So what I want to be able to do with something like this is the first way we want to be able to use it is actually use it as a crumble. So what we're doing most of it, for the most part, is you can actually break this up on your flat top and your skillet and cook it up to into individual pieces that you can then reheat for a scrambled egg, into a grilled cheese sandwich, on top of a pasta, anything you want. But you can break that up. So you can either do that by in a pan, or you can actually bake the pieces off. And what you're going to end up with something like this is a finished product where you're going to have a fully cooked chorizo with all that nice flavor in there that you're going to be able to portion and use on a number of different dishes. So what we're going to make here is I'm going to make a breakfast power bowl with it for our use. But you're going to be able to do this in advance, have this prepped. Now, chorizo, again, is one of those products that everyone's aware of it, but you do not find this sitting in the grocery store very much. Everybody knows it, but you don't see a lot of chorizo sausage in the grocery store. So this is something you might be able to get more customers to come to you for, because they aren't making this one at home. So what we're going to do, we'll go back to the tray here, and we're just going to make a quick power bowl up. So if we take some grilled tomato, a little bit of rocket, it's going to go on there like that. I'm going to put a little bit of smashed potato. For your hash brown, get some of that in there. Then we're going to take this chorizo and pile this in. Now, here we are making this into a bowl, but this could just as easily going into a takeout container, a hot and a cold version at the same time. You can do both. We can put a little bit of bread in there, a little bit of toast in there, and then we're going to be able to take an avocado up fairly quickly. Get our avocado going. And then I did do it in advance because I had to cheat to keep for the timing here. We're going to finish off with a fried egg on the top of that. Now, if we're going to go to the trouble of that, we also got to throw a little bit of Tabasco in that, because everything needs a little bit of Tabasco, a little bit of heat.
That looks delicious.
Okay.
Coming on lunch.
Very quickly with an egg. You got your egg, your hash brown. You've got your you got some veggies in there. You can put some fruit to the side of it. You can obviously put some sauce into it as well. I'll show you a finished picture here just to be able to put that one out there. So you can easily do a chorizo, and there's your breakfast application for something like that.
Love it. Can you go back to the squash potato?
Sorry?
Did you just squash a potato? Like
smash the potato.
Smash potato. That's cool.
Yeah, so that's just your baby potatoes. Just smack them on the grill, get out your aggressions, season them up. That's a little bit of onions in there. Just as opposed to having to bring in a third potato option, that could be your breakfast potato as well, to make that happen. So just an easy one to be able to execute. It's going to stay hot. Again, that chorizo, the great thing about that chorizo is it actually, there's so much paprika in it, it will stain the bread. Like it's got a lot of flavor happening there, a nice bite to it.
And I don't think a lot of people know that there's a difference. So I appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah, because if you go with the Portuguese style, it's more of a pepperette, and it has a completely different outlook out there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So taking that same ground, the crumble that I made from it, that turns into tacos, that turns into nacho topper, that can go inside of a wrap. I do a triple cheese grilled cheese chorizo grilled cheese sandwich with basically I take 2 pieces of brioche, and I'll take a cream cheese and jalapeno mixture spread on the inside. I'll put in cheddar, mozzarella, and the chorizo sausage and grill that up. It will ruin you for grilled cheese sandwiches, because you'll never be able to go back to a plain grilled cheese sandwich. And you're only using about 1.5 ounces of cooked sausage there. So you're going to get a lot of different applications out of something like that. The other thing that we wanted to sort of talk about from the chorizo side is most operators out there, they have their own burger. If either they're buying it or they're having one made, or they make their own recipe happening. either way, everybody's already got their burger. I'm not here to change anybody's burger application, burgers that they're using. But we can now use another version of that same burger. So if you have a burger that you use right now, take that burger and break it in half. Take half of that burger and the equivalent amount of chorizo sausage and marble the two together. Not completely. You want to just be able to make it so you can still see the ground beef and you can still see the chorizo in it. But now this is a custom burger that only you've got because it's your recipe that you're following on. So now you can make a Mexican burger that's going to cook up with the ground beef and the chorizo in there. As another, and again, so if you have it in-house, none of your SOP changes from the cooking perspective. But you've got a burger that you've got a bit more kick to, a bit more spice. So what you'll end up with is a nice burger like this. It's going to have it's going to have both colors. You're going to see that really bright orange coming from it, as well as the regular burger that you already had, seasoned the way you want it. So I'm just going to slap this one on the grill over here. Switch over to that camera. We're going to let that one cook there for a little bit. We'll come back to it.
We did so many shows. We've done so many shows with Kepi. They had to go get fancy cameras.
I was gonna say, you guys got this whole set. You got this set up down.
This is the new world. This is the new world. So we've come back basically saying, you know, what do we need to help our customers? Because much like Cisco, I would do individual ideations, close to 100 of them a year. This past year, haven't been able to do that. So it's a matter of how are we going to still continue to get our message out there properly. And for that, you need HD cameras. You need to be able to cook in front of people. You need to be able to show stuff. So we've been investing in building day one. So we started off with Jay with a cell phone camera, and we've come a little bit farther along. But,
Yeah,
like
that was almost a year. Well, just shy of a year.
What's that?
I said it's been a couple months, and then we've had almost a year that we started with just a phone.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Maybe,
so while
maybe
that's
you can buy Jay a mic.
This is going to be
I've got
like
a spare one around. I got a
we're
headset
almost
around here
done.
somewhere. I was actually expecting to be just having the meeting with you, Kim. I thought it was just going to be you and me, you know. But
Well, I'm good with that. At some point, maybe I'll keep kicking Jay out.
there we go. So that burger, I'll actually just do the quick build on it. There's so many different ways you can go on that build. So if we go back to the burner, the countertop there. So we're going to be able to go down. Just do a quick one. I've got a finished picture for us, but for this, I'm just going to go cheese.
So Kim, you know what makes the best burger?
A chef?
Right here, actually, Jay, is probably the best.
It's a buttered grilled.
Seeing as I'm on your show right now.
Yeah, it's the spread on the bun. Cowboy butter on that bun would be on point.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
we'll get a little bit of pico on there.
Yum.
And then just to finish it up, we'll get a little bit of guac on the far side.
I'm writing food and samples into my next contract.
Yeah, exactly.
The only way to do it. And we're just going to be able to finish off like that. We'll show you the picture of our build here. So there you go. Get your melted cheddar, your chorizo, get some roasted red pepper in there, a little bit of rocket, some pico, and some guacamole just to finish off a quick burger.
Looks great. I have a kid that would be all over that.
And from an operator perspective, again, you're getting a new lineup, you're getting a new menu item. And if you're bringing in that chorizo, that's the only item you have to bring in. Everything else you've already got in-house. So we're not making you, bring in 17 new ingredients to make one dish, which is important. But you need to explain on the menu that you're doing it, because people do understand chorizo, so they'll definitely go looking for that, and they'll come back for that, which is the other thing. I mean, even with the first dish there, if you're going to do anything as far as a brunch goes, that type of an item of being able to put a chorizo out as your side dish, that could just as easily have been small patties as well as a breakfast side. Lots of places for chorizo to be used.
I think that would even be a nice one.
Spicy Italian. Now, there's obviously there's a lot more product like this out there, but this again is going to be coming in the 800 gram, 6 by 800 gram chubs. So you're not bringing in a huge case. You're bringing in a smaller amount that you can work with from there. So We'll just show you quickly. We'll cut to the other scene there. So again, just same thing. You're able to break this one open, and you've got your chorizo in here ready to go. Oh, sorry, your Italian in here ready to go. This is going to break out what I wanted to do with the two that I wanted to do here. I was going to do a smash slider and then a brunch burger. So either way we look at it, you're going to be able to portion out. Your staff's going to be able to portion out a meatball size portion for whatever you want your slider size to be it a couple ounce, 2 ounces, 3 ounces. And the same thing, you're going to be able to use that same kind of a build for the burger patty. You're just going to be using an ice cream scoop, and you can scoop out your portion so you've got it. From here, these are going to get slammed right onto the flat top. So we'll actually go over to the flat top and we'll do that.
I was saying, Chef, that I think that the first dish you did with the bowl could be or make a really nice lunch as well.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, absolutely. So here we're going to put down a couple of the sliders, and I'm going to put down 2 for the burger that we're going to make. This for the brunch burger as well. Now I'm selling you this is an Italian sausage that we're giving you here. But this does not stop the chef from still seasoning this more the way they want this. Everybody can make this unique to themselves. You want more oregano in there, you want more peppers, anything else, you can still make it unique to you. This is a base ingredient that you're going to be able to do a lot of different things with. But all we need to do here is do a press and let these things cook up. So it's easy to do the slams. They're going to be able to cook quick. The brunch burger that I'm looking to do here, I'm going to go really thin with the meat, so I can put 2 on. And we'll let those cook up for a second there. Okay.
Which is your favorite?
Which is
for me?
Yeah.
The chorizo has been one of the most amazing products we've made from day one when I started here almost 10 years ago. It's taken me up until 8 years ago to get into this format that chefs can work with without having to take it out of the casings.
Yeah.
So, and that's the great thing about this. All I have to do is give this to chefs. They know what they want to work with it. They just need to see the product so that they can start incorporating it into different dishes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done the chorizo as a meatball with a pearl bocconcini inside, so that you can do an appetizer that way. You can do a bolognese with it. You can do a chili with either one of these products.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different ways you can use a product like this, and that's what's going to stand out on a menu, and that shows that there's still a chef involved in the cooking of this meal. That you're going to be able to say, it's about the ingredients. You got to use all those adjectives in there. Every adjective is worth 45 cents. As I've been told, I say a lot, but it's very true.
I love it. I used to do mine, take that chorizo and mix it, cook it, mix it with cream cheese, and then stuff it in half a grilled jalapeno, and then wrapped in bacon, and then and then on the grill. They were delicious.
That's going to be the biggest upsell item on a menu out there.
Yeah,
that is the true appetizer that everybody's going to want and make their entree, but they're still going to order it in. So if you can get your entree and your dessert, there's your appetizer sale going right along with it.
Yeah.
So every chef's going to be able to even like I said, you've done so much mass feeding work. I mean, like things like this can work. If you need to cook from raw, you need something you can break out in a larger format like this, so you can cook it up and add it in. It doesn't have to be the only ingredient. I mean, like I've done a lot of dishes with these. I've done chicken and chorizo pastas.
Mm-hmm.
It just works out beautifully. And then, of course, your traditional breakfast sandwich as well.
Absolutely.
Could you throw that on pizza too?
Oh yeah, you could totally throw that on pizza.
Oh yeah, cook it up first, and away you go. So we've got those ones going there. What I'm going to do is just, again, we're going to cheat a little bit here. For the sliders,
I'm trying to be as professional as I can right now, Kim, just so you know.
What's that?
I'm trying to be as professional as I can right now.
Oh, because you're drooling?
Well, that too, but I want to bug him so bad today. I don't know what it is. I'll just wait till the next guest. Hey, Keezer, you up for it soon?
Oh,
He's in the green room.
That's funny. Your mic started going out. Maybe that's the universe telling you to not chirp at him.
It can't go out again. This mic is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
That's okay.
I'll be
You
quiet.
and I can take care of this. We don't need him anymore. He can just change the slides around.
Yeah, we got this, Kepi. No worries.
Oh, we're so fighting.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly finish off these two builds. I don't want to run out of time. So all we need to do with the slider, again. So what I did, I put the roasted yellow pepper and some bocconcini cheese on top of that. We're going to put a little bit of sliced tomato down on the bottom. On the bottom level of these, then over we're going to come with the chorizo through the magic of television.
I love a shiny bun. That bun looks delicious.
Got to get the right carriers. Absolutely. So you're going to be able to go like that, and then just finish off the bun. Maybe a little bit of rocket can go on there as well to finish that puppy up. And where's my lid? Okay. And I'll just show you through the magic of television. There we can just throw three of these out there. There's a total of 6 ounces of meat in that build. So you've got 3 sliders going out there with, the equivalent of two pieces of bocconcini cheese, less than 1 red pepper, 3 slices of a small tomato, and a bun. And you've got an appetizer. You can charge top dollar for that. And that's Italian sausage. Now you can, and again, depending on how you finish that, it can be a lot of different dishes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I would put a red onion on. Perfect. Sign me up. I'm in.
Absolutely. And then we'll just do the last one. We'll do the brunch build here. So we're going to take the Italian sausage smashed out patties. So I got the 2 patties there that are a little bit more broken down. We can go down with melted cheese, magic, and then we'll put the first patty down. Then we'll get a little bit of tomato. And we'll get the second patty down. Then it's brunch, so we got to throw some egg in there. Let's get the egg on top. And again, for my friend Chef Ryan, a little bit of Tabasco.
Nice. I think Chef David's drooling at home as well.
There we go.
Yeah, he's in there.
And that's all we're going to have to do to finish that one off, and we'll show you the build on that one. By the way, the bacon is on the side on purpose there, because bacon can be a side dish or a garnish. Either way you'd like to make that work with some smashed potatoes.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
Did you fold that bacon?
What's that?
Did you fold that bacon?
I crinkled it. So you basically you take the thick cut pieces and you ribbon it and then cook it off.
That looks cool.
It's one of them chef skills.
Right? We got skills. We're mad skills over here, Jay. You wouldn't even know. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
So again, the whole idea here was just, again, there's two ingredients that chefs would like to work with, that you need someone with some skills in the kitchen to work with, but again, very consistent. You can cook that chorizo off in advance and then portion it, spoodle it back out to whatever application you want to work with. You can add on from your custom burger. You're not going to have another custom burger with the chorizo in there. That's something, that's going to be yours and only yours. Mm-hmm. You're going to be able to make meatloafs, bolognese, anything else you'd like with either one of those products. There's a lot to do. And I think that's going to show people stepping up from a straight value-added product that's gotten this point. So we just wanted to have a couple different options there for you. There's lots more to come, I'm sure. There we go. Look at that. Time-wise, I still got 4 minutes to chit-chat.
Right?
Wow.
That's perfect. It's so versatile. I love it.
It is, yeah. Like we do have, like, when it comes to like the chorizo, we've taken that format and actually turned that into a fully cooked patty too. So from a quick serve breakfast application, the egg sandwich, we have a chorizo patty that can fit into that as well. Just to take it up a little bit more spice in there. And again, you still get that color and that stain on the bread from the chorizo.
Very nice.
Very cool. Very nice. Chef, thanks again for dropping by today, and thanks again for this past year as well. How many shows we've done together. It's been awesome. It really has. And I just think of it like, I think you're like, this is our 12th time on a show together. And I just salute you.
How many shows? Right?
I think it's 12. I think we've done about 12.
Oh, okay, 12.
Yeah, I think about 12. We'll say 12.
Seems like more, but
it seems like
I feel like I've been at this for weeks. Honestly, Cappy, I'm like,
see, he's got to buffer Jay all the time. That's all. And it's great how you found a way to kick out his mic like that to take over the show. I mean,
I know, right? Yeah, I had to. I got to pay a couple people off for that one.
Well, you're in the brethren now with the Chef Association too, so the Chef Federation. So we can help you out there.
Wow. Anyway, thanks again, Chef. All the best to you, and thanks again for dropping by today, Maple Leaf.
Hey, Jay. Been great seeing you. Kim, very nice to meet you. I'll see you live soon.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll be out to see
September?
the London branch, so we'll be out there.
Awesome. I look forward to it. I get to meet the legend.
Well, you got Franklin out there already. That's a pretty good start.
True. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Cappy.
Thanks, Cappy.
All right. Am I echoey? Because I'm getting
You
people
are
saying
a little echoey.
I'm a little echoey. That's what
Yeah.
happens at this time in the day. I'm
Yeah.
an echoey. So I'm going to work on my echoing. And then we have our next guest in, which is a legend at Cisco.
Sherry.
Right, Sherry? Anyways, we're going to break to a quick commercial. I'm going to try to fix my mic again. I can't.
Well, and I'm echoey too, so I don't know if it's.
Are you echoey too? Maybe it's
I was
Melissa's
hearing that.
hearing. Maybe it's Melissa's hearing. Maybe
Yes.
we're not
No.
echoey.
No, I
Keezer,
can
am
hear
echoey?
echoing.
Wait. Keezer was on Sportsnet earlier today, so she may look a little like she's in the newsroom right now, but we're excited to have her up. So we're going to run a quick commercial and we'll be right back. We're going to talk about the Chef Association, Chef Federation. Here we go.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Hey, Sherry.
Hi, Sherry.
Oh, we can't hear you. Let me unmute you. There we go. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. Yeah.
There we go. How's that?
See, it sounds so good too.
It does. It sounds like crisp. I love it.
I know it's not the massive headset you have on either. Has nothing to do with that.
No, I don't think so.
Welcome, Sherry. You know, we've had
Thank
a great.
you.
We've been actually waiting for you. It came up earlier today. If we were going to talk about Cisco Source and all the great stuff it does. So
Excellent.
I'm
God
gonna
didn't
let
want to
you-
steal your thunder.
we didn't want to steal your thunder. You know what? So what are you going to talk about today? What are we going to talk about?
Well, we are going to talk about the best in class business tools and solutions that are really designed to help our customers succeed.
Wow. Sounds really cool. Sounds really
yes.
cool.
There you go.
Do you want me to share my slides?
That would be great.
Okay, I'm going to see this up. Okay. And Sherry, what do you do at Cisco before we get started?
Yes. So my title is marketing lead for Cisco Canada National. And so my job, how I describe it is it's to really help our customers understand those incredible services and solutions that we have so that we can provide them with the ability to really grow their business with the right products, with the food service business solutions that we have, as well as those tools.
Yeah. That's awesome.
There you
It's
go.
great to say that. It's so simple, eh? Anyway,
And it's a lot of fun.
I was going to say long list. And
she gets to work with me all the time, so there.
oh, wow.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah.
You know what that's like, Chef?
Yes. Yeah. I'm getting well schooled in Jayisms.
Yeah. There's a few.
You'll need a vacation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need one. Anyway, Sherry, over to you on this. Let's talk more about best in class.
Yeah, so best in class. So the first thing I want to talk about is one of my favorite Cisco topics, and it's the best in class technology that we have to offer our customers. We know, and everyone on this call knows that restaurateur schedules are extremely busy, and we know that they need a reliable and a really easy way to be able to place those orders and then get back to running their business. So that's why we're going to start off in talking about the Cisco Source solution. And so Cisco Source, it is easy and it's fast. It's our customers' one-stop shop for things to place their order, view their order history, product information. You can do things like track inventory, which we'll talk about in a few moments, and also get those detailed account information that they need, like their PDF invoices, as well as their credits. So like I said, it's a one-stop shop for our customers. And really, the biggest thing with Cisco Source and the advantage that I think about is that it gives our customers back that time that they need to be able to focus on what really matters most to them, which is their business, right? It's that tool they can go in, quickly order, and then just get back to what's most important to them.
Which I think we've heard a lot today, that time is so important, right?
Excellent.
Slide, Sherry?
Yeah, you can go to the next slide. That'd be great.
Okay.
So thank you. So let's talk a little bit more about the ordering part of Cisco Source. So as I had mentioned, Cisco Source, I think of it as a really intuitive, convenient tool that our customers have to access. It is available 24/7, either on your computer, or there is a mobile version of the app as well. And people can access that either on their phone or on their tablet. And yes, it is available in both iOS as well as Android devices. So it's really whatever is in your pocket or what you have on your desktop. That's where you're going to be able to quickly place those orders. And one of the features that I do want to talk about that really helps to make that Cisco Source stand out is the ability to have real-time inventory. So what I mean by that is, think of it as basically the ability for our customers to be able to open up the doors to our warehouse and see what we have on hand at that moment. So they're searching for products. They can see in real time what we have on hand before they even go ahead and place their order. That's a huge feature for our customers when they use Cisco Source.
Absolutely.
Yes. And also within Source, you can see there, it also gives you the access to detailed product information. So within that, so you can make the best ordering decisions. You're going to be able to see things like your product descriptions, case details, those ever important nutritional information, allergens, and of course, the very important feature, which is the photos. So with the photos, you're going to be able to find and see exactly what it is that you want to order. And then you're going to be able to see what it will look like when you receive that order as well.
I was saying to Todd that I'm a photo person, so I appreciate the photos quite a bit.
Yep. Absolutely. That's how we're all shopping, no matter if it's online through our favorite, retail company, or we're going through Cisco Source. You need the photos to be able to make those best purchasing decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Also with the Cisco Source, I do want to call out that we have this separate app as well. And so the neat thing with that is that with the app, or on your phone or on your tablet, anything that you do on that particular app is saved and synced for you. So what does that mean for you? That means that if you start, let's say, in the stock room, or you walk into the freezer as you're starting to place the order, what that allows for you to do is to continue to work on it, even if you've lost Wi-Fi. And then when you go back onto Wi-Fi, you're going to be able to have your order saved for you, which is huge, right? You walk into a place without your Wi-Fi and you think you've got to start your order all over again. And that's not true with Cisco Source. And something else I'll just call out as well is a special order dashboard. So within the dashboard, right within the desktop version or the mobile app, you're going to be able to see those special orders. So things like checking the status of that special order, checking the estimated time of arrival, all is right there within your fingertips. And those are just a few of the features of Cisco Source.
I just jumped off for a quick second, but to go back to the working offline thing is a key, because 9 out of 10 times, the second you go in that walk-in fridge or freezer, there's always that dead zone amongst the back corners of the kitchen, somewhere like that. And you don't want to have to lose it. Like then you're back you go. So yeah, that's huge.
Exactly. Yeah. It's that maybe I have many favorite features of Cisco Source, but that would be certainly up there on the list of the exciting and convenient features of the apps.
Wi-Fi doesn't work that well in coolers, right? Or freezers.
No, especially not the freezer. And then there's always that one corner where you got nothing. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Exactly.
Next slide, Sherry.
Yeah, that'd be great. All right. So inventory. So another exciting feature of Source is that it isn't just your place to search for your previous order history or to search for products and place your orders. It is a place where you can manage your inventory as well. And I'm sure we have lots of different opinions here on the call, but like it or not, how you approach your inventory at your restaurant is critical to the success of your business. And I do believe in some of the other episodes or shows this week, Jay and Chef, you had talked about the importance of inventory.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I was nerding out on the inventory system a little bit.
I love it.
Which I never thought would be a thing for me. But after hearing all the exciting conversation, I was like, yeah, all right. I want to go count something. I might count all the pins on the house.
That's awesome. All right. So with the inventory feature, so calling out a couple of things with that is that you can set up your inventory count sheets directly within the mobile app of Source, which is fantastic. So you could set it up with the freezer, with a cooler location, and the advantage of that, of course, is that it's eliminating the need of running back and forth between all your different locations when you're doing your inventory. And I know you can run around with like your head cut off. And many times if you're running around with a flipboard, running from location to location, but with the mobile app, you're able just to simply set it up in the beginning. It is going to take a little bit of time up front to do that initial setup. But really, once you have that complete, you're ready to get going. Use that app, do your inventory. And like I said, you're just more organized. And it really comes back to, again, time. It's saving you that time when you are doing that inventory. And I'm sure a lot of groaning and moaning as well for those people who may not love the act of doing inventory. But again, it's so important.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So a couple other things. So with the inventory app as well, you're able to incorporate your outside distributors. Something I believe is quite unique for Cisco Source is that you can have this one complete inventory solution. It's not just the Cisco product that you order that you can do your inventory on. It really can be any of the outside distributors that you're purchasing from. So it's this one complete inventory solution. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about some of that inventory data, the reporting that you can do as well. So it really allows for you to be able to do things like detecting, the holes that you may have in your budget, overproduction or spoilage or even theft. And that really goes back to, again, the importance of inventory, and the mobile app will help you do that.
I don't know if I've encountered one that allows you to add the other vendors in like that setup does, and it saves you from having this system here and then this system here, and then I take column A and I add it to column B to find out. And so that's a huge game changer and time saver for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I've worked with a number of customers that love that feature. They love the mobile app just specifically for that. Again, it saves them so much time from running it back and forth to different programs and flip charts and spreadsheets. It's great.
Totally. And I think that really speaks to you guys as a company in that you're not keeping it just locked within your parameters. You're, in the partnership standpoint, you're really opening up to, yeah, we want to make this as easy for you as possible. Not as easy for you in our system, but as easy for you. And that's a big difference.
Exactly. I love hearing that, because I think anything that we do here, we're really trying to improve the experience for our customer. And I think that speaks to that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And then if you do want to go to the next slide for me, Jay. So how do you get started? So to get started with Cisco Source, if you're not already on that, you can simply go to cisco.ca and you'll find a link there to get started as a customer. It's really simple. You can just fill out a form. You're going to fill out your customer information there. And then within seconds, you're going to receive your Cisco Source login credentials. It's really that easy and that quick to do that. I also do want to call out that there are so many resources that we have available for our customers to really set them up for success on Source. We have a lot of different training videos and training guides that are going to walk you through all of the features of Cisco Source. And these are available both in English and French as well. And I must call out as well the Cisco sales reps. They are very familiar with and comfortable, with Source. So you can always reach out to them for support to help you get started with Cisco Source and on your journey with the ordering platform.
Awesome.
All right, Jay, if you want to go to the next slide, we're going to talk about our next best-in-class resource. Thank you. There you go. So time, we've already mentioned that, how it's one of the biggest challenges that restaurant owners are facing, especially these days. And by focusing more time on the kitchen or they're spending more time behind the counter, they may not have the time to really focus on those things like bringing their customers back or driving revenue. And so whether you're a customer that prefers to have things like on demand or you prefer a personal consultation, Cisco offers really, I think, Canada's greatest selection of business resources. And the huge call out here is that these resources are free to our customers. Okay. So what can we do for you? So the first thing I want to call out would be the social media messaging. It's so important to communicate with your customers no matter where they are. And for the most part, they're online especially these days. And so our team can help you with that messaging. We also have things like the QR code contactless menus, So we know, and I think this was talked already this week, you can let me know or not, but customers are really looking for that convenient and a safe way to be able to view and order from your restaurants, right, when they're dining. So to meet those expectations and as an alternative to things like a disposable menu, you can offer online menus so that they can be viewed either through phones or through tablets. Again, it's technology that maybe a lot of us aren't comfortable or familiar with. So it is something that our team does offer as a free service to our customers to really help them feel comfortable and confident with that sales tool.
That's huge.
Absolutely. And one of the biggest pieces, and I've tuned in here and there this week, and all of the shows have been fantastic. And I know that you had talked about this already, which is exciting, but our menu design. And this is talked about, the menus are planned and they're deliberate. They're not just words. They're not just photos that you have on paper. And so as a free service, our menu experts are able to really sit down with you, understand your needs, understand the look that you're looking for, and they're able to help you with coming up with an attractive as well as a powerful profit-generating sales tool for your menu. And I believe this week you had talked about how it's, gone are the days of those 5 to 6 page menus, right? It's all about streamlining those menus. And so our team can help you with something like that.
And show the data and what's working, what's not, where to put things. That's a big piece in it that I think a lot of people are unaware of, that there actually is like a formula behind on how you place things on a menu for your top sellers and your not top sellers.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, they're the experts. They know those fine details. They've worked with thousands of customers already. So you can use that as a fabulous resource to get you going and have that as that really strategic, sales generating tool.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Some of the other things I have here, brand and logo development, they're able to help you with things like posters, discount cards, retail grab and go displays. They're able to even help you with things like your website, online ordering, and of course, the delivery services. And this is really just touching on some of the things that they're able to help you with. There are so many more things that this team can offer their services to you. And like I mentioned, it is all free, which is mind blowing. I know when I first started with Cisco, I couldn't get over that these are tools and resources that are completely free to our customers to be able to take advantage of. Couple other things I do want to call out. Now, there are people maybe that are watching that it's great for some to have that personal consultation, but then there are those who prefer to have a do-it-your-own, right? Do-it-yourself kind of tool. And so we do have something called Menu on Demand. It is a free self-serve design tool. So you could use that to create your menus, design your marketing materials. And it is as easy as coming up with a design, it's limited to your imagination, click and then print those marketing materials and that menu. So again, another free service that we offer for our customers.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Good. So the biggest thing I want you to get out of this is these are all free services. The point of this, or the goal of it, is to really help our customers grow their business through great marketing. And from what I've heard, this team is excellent. The service that they provide is just fantastic. They are really all about understanding your needs and helping you be successful. So if there is anything that we can do in regards to those consultative services, from takeout to delivery, we're really here for you. And I've heard this phrase be used this week. This is really all about people helping people. That's what this slide and this service, I believe, is all about.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's the cool thing about it.
For sure.
Go back to that logo. That was
Oh,
our logo
yes.
for our department. Yes. People helping
That's
people.
right. Yeah, that's what it's all about. That's what we're all about. And I should mention as well, if there is anyone that is watching that would be interested in these services, the best way to get started with it is to reach out to your sales rep, and they'll be able to connect you with this menu and marketing services team.
Cool. Next slide.
Yeah, that would be great.
That's all I'm good for now. Kim's just slide, guys.
I think you'll like.
Here we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you're gonna like the next slide, Jay.
Well, I don't mind this one either, because there's a guy here I know that started the menu thing for Cisco.
There we go. Yeah, so Cisco Virtual Kitchen. So I have to give it to you, Jay, and to the Cisco Virtual Kitchen show. You bring chefs, food service experts, and our customers together for these live shows. They're every week. And this is the show where anyone can join and really learn from each other and also be inspired. So Jay, you're doing really great things for our industry and our customers and our communities with this show. So I do want to call that out. Again, it is Canada's only live streaming food service show. So you want to check that out on Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn, I believe. Jay, you could correct me if I'm wrong with that.
Yeah, we tried Instagram today, but that Kim broke it. It didn't work.
No, truly, this is a fantastic show. There have been times when customers have shared their stories, and honestly, I've been almost brought to tears because they're just so powerful. We get so many incredible insights from customers and experts. It's just fantastic what you're doing.
Yeah, we actually have another customer show coming up March 11th with Tim from the Igloo restaurant. I think it's called, and I apologize, I got that wrong, from Halifax on March 11th. So
another East Coaster.
Those ones are hard. I'll admit they're hard because just hearing what people are going through and how they're continuing to move forward, and it's incredible their stories.
They
Good
are.
slide, though.
Yep.
Good slide.
I thought you'd like that.
It's a keeper.
Awesome. And then we have our free Foodie Solutions Toolkit. So we're all about trying to make it easier for our customers. So bringing solutions forward, especially during these challenging times. These free toolkits are going to be able to provide you recommendations for things like how to generate additional revenue. And how do you do that? Through things like virtual kitchens, grab and go foods, family style meal kits. There's a huge library of these free toolkits that we make available. And so, like I said, they have innovative solutions to help drive your business, try to generate additional income. And what I really like about these toolkits is that you can pull out ideas from them. You don't have to implement everything that's in these toolkits. For example, one of our latest toolkits, which was a Valentine's Day toolkit, chock full of really great information. However, maybe as an operator, I want to just pull out maybe one menu idea, or I want to pull out some dining room arrangement ideas, if I'm allowed to have in-room dining, of course. But again, free tools available. We make sure that they're available on cisco.ca, and we're always adding to them. It seems like almost every month we have at least one new toolkit that our team is working on to update. And so wonderful resources that are available to, quickly skim through them and pull out some really innovative, interesting ideas to help your business.
Kim, like I've said it all week, this is what makes us different. This is what makes us different. It's definitely the people, but the resources and the attention and the ideas that go through, especially with our toolkits and what they've put together and the information in there. Because you know what? I don't know about you, but I get hammered every week with little article here, little article here, little article from all these different companies that all this stuff is in one spot now, right? And they put together these amazing resources, and it's just awesome stuff.
It makes the information limitless.
Yeah, well, I agree with that. As much as sharing the team does.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would argue though, not overwhelming, right? Like everything, like from a toolkit, it's if you want something just on pop-up kits, for example, you go on there to see the library of all the toolkits, and then you pull out what you want from a pop-up shop. So sometimes having too many resources can be overwhelming, but I do feel like we have it really organized and geared towards what matters to you and your specific needs.
And I tell you, the amount of thought that goes into these is enormous, right? They're not just slapped together. I just know because I seen here how much thought goes into these things. That they're incredible. So awesome. You want me to move the next slide, Sherry?
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
Another great slide.
It is another great slide. So we may have some people that are watching today that are looking for things like maybe staff training or food cost advantages, or maybe they need just help setting up their business with delivery. So the Cisco Advantage program is all about providing our customers with the connections to different business partners that we've strategically aligned ourselves with. And like you see on the slide here, it's really all about helping you compete, stay in the game, and focus on what you do best. So we have negotiated, and this is what the Cisco Advantage program is all about, is that we've negotiated exclusive Cisco discounts for things like delivery services, online ordering, gift cards, loyalty programs. Like I could turn blue by giving you the list of all of the different discounts and offers that we have with this program. There's so many, and I know Jay works really closely with this particular program, but it is fantastic. We're adding more partners all the time, and they are national program partners that we have as well as regional. So there may be something that's unique to maybe the Quebec market. Again, exclusive programs, discounts that we have for our customers.
And I see the Culinary Federation logo right there. Just got to put a plug in.
Yeah, good job.
Ryan will thank me for that one later.
I don't know. I'm gonna just keep Keys. You want to hang out all the rest of the day with us because these are great slides.
Sure, anytime. It'd be great. All right, finally, Jay, I do want to go to the next slide, and I want to let everyone know that at Cisco, we really do know that running a restaurant it's hard. It's hard, especially right now. So we do want to make things easier for our customers. And so one of the things, actually two things I want to call out to you is one, to help manage fluctuating demand, making it easier for our customers. We're offering no delivery minimums, and that is going to be for our local non-contract customers. And also we are offering flexible payment options. So these are two, I think, incredible things, again, differentiators that I needed to call out to the audience today.
Absolutely. That opens up a whole or potential market for someone adding in something that they might have been not really wanting to commit to before because they didn't think logistically they could make it, or they had to do minimums. So having that open up as an option, those two options might open up a whole new revenue stream for someone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it is a differentiator. It's huge for us. No, it's great.
The other thing I want to bring up, Sherry, just because this, and because you had some pretty cool slides, is that is a lot of people think you have to be a big restaurant to work with Cisco, and it's not the case, right? And I see that a lot as I watch and follow our comments. People say on the internet and on social, you don't have to be, and that's something that people need to understand. We work with all different levels, all different kinds of restaurants, from food trucks to churches to arenas, you name it. We work with everything out there. So please don't think you're too small for us. We work with every size. So cool stuff. Next slide, Sherry.
Yeah, my last slide is just calling out how to become a customer. For those of you who are watching today and we haven't given that information to you yet, you'll see the information that's here. You can either call us or email or learn more information, of course, about Cisco at our website at cisco.ca.
Awesome.
Awesome stuff. Sherry, you're absolutely awesome. And thank you enough for joining us, sharing some amazing insights, especially the stuff that I am responsible for. But Kim's been knocking me down all day, so I got to feel a little bit.
Oh, well, I'm glad I could come in and give you some praise.
Yeah. There you go,
Like
Jay.
he needs that, chef.
The sad thing is, it was like halfway through the show, which I don't know how many shows we've done already today, I realized my lights weren't even on. So, and then I don't know how you forget that.
Mine's there's the sun. You can watch the sun shift as I'm going here.
Kim doesn't need that. She gets a natural light. She's fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sherry, absolutely awesome stuff. Great content, great information for all the people out there that are customer or not customer. This is, I just keep saying this is what makes us different. This is what makes us, I really, truly believe, a great company to partner with. And we heard that word. The word we don't use is buy from us. We really talk about it like we want to partner, and we truly do. And this is what's, I'm dear to all these things Sherry did, because one of the things is just helping build the business resources for Canada. This stuff is just, I know how hard it is to run a restaurant. I've been there. And these resources are so valuable, and we want everyone in the industry to use them as much as you can and to help you out.
And I think as you mentioned before, the big or small aspect in size of venue and that, it also needs mentioning that the diversity of products. So whether you have a bakery, a vegan place, a vegetarian place, whatever, there is a lot of products available on a larger scale, and there's a lot of information that you guys have for those products as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I wouldn't want someone to think, no, I have this specialty restaurant. No, I can't go to that guy kind of thing, because it's becoming so much more mainstream to have a larger diversity of products available.
Yeah, we have a few.
Yeah. Yeah. And constantly adding new ones, right? Listening to what our customers need. And so working, like you said, Jay, working as a partner to fulfill those needs that you may have for product that maybe we currently don't have. So again, people working with and helping people.
Awesome.
So the other thing, call out before you go, Sherry, Kim, that is not a green screen behind her either.
Is that your living wall?
That's her living. That's a living wall. Isn't that cool?
It is. It's not my living wall. I decided to go down to downtown Fredericton today to have my conversation with you. It's a special day. So we came down to this office, and I thought the living wall would be a great background.
So cool. So cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sherry, all the best. Thanks again for dropping by.
Thank you. It was so much fun.
It's so nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Awesome.
Bye now.
We'll see you later, Sherry. Cool stuff.
So what next? What next, Jay? We're kind of nearing the end here.
How many more we got?
2?
2?
3?
I think we got two. I think we got Canada Beef's back. Joyce
Yeah.
is back. And she's going to be talking some great stuff, more resources from Canada Beef. Oh, we have three. We got Joyce, and then we got Ben, and then Michael.
Oh, yes. Food photography to close her out.
I was just looking at the holy cow. So we're going to break.
Okay.
We'll have Joyce in, and then we'll talk Canada Beef here in a second. But I got to find that fancy button again. Okay. You hungry yet?
Yep. Yeah, totally.
Just checking.
Yes, I'm very hungry.
Programming next year, definitely putting breaks in for snack break.
Yeah. Jay, I understand. I want to get as much information out of there, but
We're starving. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Joyce, you're up. Hello, Joyce.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Ah,
You have
great.
to talk louder, I guess. People are telling me I have to talk louder. So, anyways,
Yeah.
welcome to our show, Canada Beef. Again, you guys have been on our show all week, so thank you again for taking the time to spend and share with us and educate us big time on the industry. It's been awesome. It's been absolutely crazy cool.
That's great. Well, welcome to my kitchen. I'm in
Awesome.
Guelph and got my
Nice.
flowers in the backdrop. So anyway,
Nice.
I also
I'm
have
in-
my memo, my to-do list up here. So
I'm in London, so we have the same sunshine coming through.
yeah, it's nice, eh?
Yeah.
Boy, it's been wicked the last couple of days. So I'm kind of glad to see that wind die down a little bit.
I know, absolutely. Me too. I know we're not complaining about weather there, Prairie's guy.
No.
Hey, it's supposed to be beautiful here today this week, so I'm okay with that. So, Joyce, what are we talking about today? And,
Well,
and
I
first
want
of all,
to
what do you do at Canada Beef?
What do I do? Okay. Yeah, that's a good question to start with. I've been there a very long time now. It seems like my children have grown up with Canada Beef. So it's been about 18 to 20 years. So I've been working on the consumer side of the business for all that time. I'm a home economist by training, and I have found that over all this time, beef continues to fascinate me all these years. There's just so many different cuts and so many different ways to cook it, and so many interesting topics about it. Like, I have a farm background, so I have a bit of a penchant for agriculture too. And it's forever interesting. I came from Nestle Canada, and there we had a wide range of products to work with, and you'd think that I'd be bored working with just one, but no, it's we've done some amazing things over my time there. Like we did roast beef tests out at Lacombe Research Center with the food scientists to determine the optimum way to cook roast beef. Some people find it quite intimidating. So I developed resources, education resources. We used to be called the Beef Information Center, and I think that was a very appropriate name for what we offer as value to consumers and the industry, is really well-researched information about beef. And so I've got a new resource to talk about today.
Nice.
To say there's just a little. We saw the like 2,000 resources you have. I think that was day one.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
How many resources you guys have? Amazing stuff.
Well, it comes out of cooking a lot of beef, like I've had times where I had 3 barbecues in the backyard running, and I was doing testing on moisture enhanced beef, for example, or testing out new cooking instructions for new types of cuts. And it's forever fascinating, I find. Yeah.
No kidding.
So do you want me to get going?
I got slides. Slides. I'm a slide guy.
Okay, you got a slide deck, and but I've also got live props here to talk to, which
wicked.
Might find
Love
interesting.
live props.
Because I'm live.
You haven't had live props yet.
So we're going to talk about what we call the ground beef toolkit, and we saw a real need for this kind of resource. People take ground beef for granted. For one thing, it's so accessible. It's basically in people's meals weekly. We know that it's Canada's #1 meat. If you look at all the red meat that's sold, it represents 50% of red meat that's sold, or beef that is sold. And then if you look at in the whole grinds category, it represents about 83%, well, probably plus, of all the ground beef sold or purchased in Canada. So Canadians love it. It's very important, and we can be somewhat dismissive of ground beef in some ways, or we sometimes lump it in there as sort of a junk food. We take it for granted, but it's very important to Canadians. Kids love it. It can be divided into any portion you want, and you can go into any cuisine and find that type of meat being used. So it's an important one, and it's an important way to get some very vital nutrients to Canadian families that's accessible and affordable. So vitamin B12, iron, zinc, these are really nutrient champions that beef has. So if you want to advance the slide, we're going to talk about why ground beef matters, and that was a lot of it right there, for one thing. And we know that consumers these days want to know more about their food than just how to cook it or just what can I do with it. They're asking all kinds of questions of chefs, culinary professionals, dietitians, about how food gets to their table, what's in ground beef, for example. They take it for granted, but then when they stop to think about it, they think, one of our big questions is are you coloring that beef? Are you adding red food coloring to it? And the answer is no. But these are the kinds of things people don't quite understand, how it's made, how it gets to their table. And it starts right from the farm too. So I can show you what it looks like here. It's a real live sample of the toolkit. Oh, there's my camera. And I'll show you a picture of it too. So it is a binder format, and we have it limited for availability for food professionals or health professionals. It's full of great nutrition information. And it also has sort of the real cooking basics of how to handle that product safely in the home, because it does have some special requirements. If you want to just advance the slide. This is weird, not controlling my own slides. So what's in store here is we have quite a thick glossary. It covers off why ground beef matters to consumers and how they cook with it. Beef sustainability story is an important chapter. How ground beef stacks up. There's new competitive forces within the grind category. Of course, we're all familiar with plant-based alternatives now. Beyond Beef is there, not just at restaurant now, but also right side by side, shoulder to shoulder with the other grinds in the category. So we explored how those products compare. And we also have ground beef how-to. Things like people ask us questions about why is the center of my package of ground beef purple while the outside is bright cherry red? Has something gone wrong here? Why did my ground beef, if it's brown, does that mean I can't use it? Does that mean it's gone bad? These kinds of questions and answers we've explored in here. And the information we put together is always well referenced. So you can see references other than just, beef sources of reference, although we do a lot of our own work as well. So it's a very reliable source. And one thing we found was when we developed the toolkit, we had a prototype built and we thought we were pretty close to being finished. And then we took it out to some opinion leaders who were chef educators. They were in the education space. And we took it out to dietitians and a few select retailers as well to just take a look at the information, tell us what they found interesting, where there were gaps, where they found references were maybe missing. And so this piece actually is really built on the input that we got from that survey. So really want to thank the chef community who participated in this vetting to make this piece better and more usable to them. So I'm just going to ask you to advance the slide, please. So here's some remarkable facts that beef, we talk about beef coming from farm to the table, and we've explored that in this resource. So the idea that beef has environmental benefits, that is something that's maybe some radical thinking to some people. And that beef fits into a natural ecosystem within Canada. I presented to Humber College students earlier this past month. And I also presented to a team of live chat in Mexico. These two facts just kind of blow their minds. They never had thought of beef that way. They hear a lot of negative information about beef and the environmental impacts. So they were, quite
encouraging.
Taken aback, but it was new information that they hadn't heard before. And I've got a quote up here at the top, and this is a quote from one of the chef evaluators of the piece, that beef and sustainability was, that chapter was very impactful for me. It's been a difficult topic for that person to navigate in the past. So this is a helpful tool in that all these resources are brought together in one place. One thing that we thought was really valuable to add to this piece when it came to beef and sustainability was we had brought in Dr. Christian Artuso from Birds Canada to speak at some of the culinary schools. We participate with the Taste Canada Junior Chef Program, Cooks the Books. And as part of that, we're an education partner. So we met with Dr. Artuso, who was running a program with Manitoba beef ranchers to try to keep beef cattle grazing on those lands. And so he was a vegetarian. He became a meat eater because saving the grasslands is so important to him. And he recognizes that in order to have cattle grazing and keep those grasslands healthy, he had to support by eating beef to make sure that beef farmers could make a living. Anyway, we brought him on the speaker tour circuit, and he spoke at Brescia College, which is part of the University of Western Ontario, to dietitian and nutrition students there. They gave us the whole deck of questions and answers that the students had with him. And that's part of this resource. It's a really valuable piece. It's quite, we just laid it out as questions and answers. So it's kind of easy to get through because it's written in nice conversation tone. But anyway, that's here, and it's as a full pull-out piece, so a full separate document. It probably covers any question and answer you ever had about beef in the environment, and it's written by a conservation expert. So it's a very good resource. Sorry, what else was I going to talk about with beef and the environment? Oh, yes. Okay. One more thing that we're including, if you get this as a hard copy resource, and it is available at thinkbeef.ca, which is an arm of Canada Beef. We're also including the Real Dirt on Farming. I don't know if you know this resource. It's put together by Farm and Food Care Ontario, and they work with their Saskatchewan and their PEI division as well. And they collect consumer questions about how all animal products and vegetable products are grown here in Canada, the common consumer questions, and they answer them here. So this is their new edition. It's just out this, I just got my copy 2 weeks ago, and we're including that in every order. It goes inside the binder. So that's also a really nice resource for you to have when you want to talk agriculture to your customers or to your students. Really valuable piece that we're going to include with the resource. Can I go back to the slides, Jay? Sorry. We're back one. There we go, in reverse. Yeah, that's the one. We also talk about beef, ground beef in the marketplace. And this we have the stats from Ipsos Reid about purchase, and AC Nielsen data as well to share with people. And we wanted to talk about how beef works in the kitchen with people. One of the most common questions, I think it was only 25% of consumers were able to identify the idea that, you know, there's the categories in grinds. There's extra lean, lean, regular, and medium. Only 25% of consumers understood that lean poultry and lean beef both have the same maximum fat content. They don't understand that that is a category definition. It's mandated by CFIA. So people have this understanding that they think beef is fatty, and that ground chicken or ground turkey is a better or leaner choice. Mm-hmm. Really, they're the same maximum fat content as if you're buying lean or extra lean from those. So next slide, please. I think we can skip over the next one actually, because it just shows you the book. It is available in limited quantities, and it is available at thinkbeef.ca. So go there, and that's posted on the homepage how you get your order put through. Okay. So I want to bring to your attention, since many of you online might be culinary instructors, we have some teaching tools that are basically one-pagers that are kind of fun, engaging pieces for students. What this book does is it offers an opportunity for ground beef to talk. If you look at the poultry categories or the Beyond Beef products out there, they're all branded products like prime turkey, prime chicken. And so that allows them to have a package where they can put claims on pack, and they can put their statements of, reasons to buy. You can put recipes on there. Ground beef's a bit limited because it's not represented by a brand. And so we're offering ground beef a chance to talk here and tell its story. And this is just a fun way to capture that. Next slide.
Sherry, is there a cost to the binder?
It's Joyce.
Oh, sorry, Joyce.
That's okay.
Sorry,
I
was
resilient speakers.
Yeah, Sherry was just before you.
Yeah, no, there's no cost to it. We'll cover the postage. We'll cover the cost of the item as well. It's we just know this is important for people to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's incredibly valuable. So that question was in our chat for our online chat. So I wanted to make sure we were clarifying it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful 60-page piece. And like I said, it's got all the most current information you'd want about sustainability, about safe food handling, nutrition data too. We worked with a team of dietitians actually to put this together because we recognize that this is a really important teaching tool and a really important reference piece for dietitians. When you think about retailers and having dietitians in store to talk to people about products that are in the store, there's very few of them that have much of a background in meat.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a home economist, and I didn't study meat a whole lot, or beef specifically, in my studies. So much of this has been learned through my profession. And, it's, like I said, 18 years of information. It's kind of captured up here. So
awesome.
This is another example of a teaching tool. This is identifies the key nutrients that beef champions. We put it in as % DV, so you can see the contribution to a daily diet. And we also, knowing what nutrients are there, it's not very helpful if you don't understand what they do. So we've also given this snapshot of the role that they play and the importance of, human body function. And beef is a real champion in many of these. You can't even get vitamin B12 from plant-based sources of protein. It's only available through animal sources of protein. So to think that all proteins are equal is a bit of a misconception. And that's one thing that we struggled with when the food guide came out with their protein food category, that it kind of communicates subliminally that, all protein foods are equal, so I just eat one or the other. I don't need to eat. It does show a variety, but people are fairly black and white, and they don't understand that protein foods, all of them have a great package of nourishing nutrients we all need. Plants sort of specialize, if you want to call it, in fiber and folic acid, for example. But meats like beef, they are really iron kings. They're the most nutrient dense source of protein, one of the most nutrient dense sources of proteins. And they'll save you having to take supplements for getting important vitamins like B12. Next one. This is an example that you'll find also in the toolkit, which we think is a great teaching tool. And we know dietitians have found this really helpful, is just take a step back and what does 18 grams of protein look like? This shows that a serving of beef that's just the size of your palm, this is ground beef in particular, comes at a calorie cost of 130 calories. And that's extra lean. I'll give you that. That's extra lean ground beef. But if you look at what I often will munch on, which is a handful of almonds, that will come at a calorie cost of 490 calories. So it's not that you can just substitute one protein for another. For one thing, they have different nutrients that they offer, but you'll have to eat a whole bigger volume of plant-based protein to get that same amount of protein that you can get in beef. It's like a concentrated source. So that's another really important tool for people to keep in mind. And when you're talking about the sustainability story, almonds are grown in a desert in California quite often. They have to irrigate that, and it takes 4 liters of water to grow 1 almond. So to say that there's no carbon footprint with eating plant-based, I think is a bit of a question that we need to ask ourselves. Next slide, please. And we also did a look at some of the new products in the category. We thought it was really interesting when you look at the plant-based simulated meat products. I find it's interesting that they are in the same category on the same shelf in the retail space, and all other grinds come to the consumer with this identifier: extra lean, lean, regular, or medium. It's built right into the name of our products. And yet these products don't seem to have that requirement. And we've been talking to CFIA about that, because how can we make these products comparable to the consumer if they don't even sort of use the same framework to give guidance on fat content? It all comes down to having to read fine print then, right? So we looked at this type of thing, and that's another teaching tool that we have in the kit. Next slide, please. And the elephant in the room question. We do address sustainability questions. We know it's important. And this is government data that talks about where our greenhouse gases come from. We're always talking in the media, is often the discussion about, we need to reduce red meat in cattle specifically, because their, greenhouse gas emissions are coming from cows belching, or they often think it's farting, but no, it is belching, just so you know. And so what is the magnitude of, your impact if you reduce red meat consumption as a way to control greenhouse gas emissions in Canada? So we look at the stats here and bring these facts to the table that, Canadian beef production is only responsible for 2.4% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. But if you look at transportation, those numbers are quite different. That's 28%. or if you're looking to burn fuel or for heat, which we need a lot of, especially out in the prairies, it's close to 50%, 40, I think it's 43%. I can't quite see the number without my glasses on, 45%. And so we need to sort of think, if we're going to take action to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, perhaps we should, be taking a look at that elephant in the room, those things that are big contributors, rather than worrying about the very small contributors. If we want to make a serious effort to make a difference, perhaps reducing our consumption of beef is a pretty minor way of making any impact here. Next slide, please. We cover off how beef is raised in Canada with some statistics about what types of lands cattle graze on. They graze on grasses for 80% of their lives. This is pasture in the east on the left-hand side, pasture in the west on the right-hand side. They're called pastures here, in Ontario, and they're called grasslands out west. These lands are what we call marginal lands. They usually have soil that's too rocky or landscape that's too hilly. It's pretty hard to run a plow through these kind of lands to plant crops. So these animals, because they're ruminants, can take feeds that are of no use to humans, which is grass, and turn it into really valuable protein for us. It's another type of discussion we have in here. Next one, please. I have too many slides, Jay. And feedlots are also part of the solution, in that these cattle are upcyclers. They can take foods that are reject in the human food system, something like a disformed carrot or a potato that didn't make the grade. Cattle will munch that down, and they'll turn it into a really valuable protein for us. And it also is a way of getting cattle to market more efficiently. With grain feeding and special nourishment at this time of their lives, it's a more efficient way to get them to the market faster. And do keep in mind that cattle are still eating grass as part of their feed ration here. It's a very carefully controlled feed management that's managed by veterinarians to put feed rations together. And just to show you, cattle are still engaging in their natural behaviors here in these feedlots. The ones on the left, you'll see it looks like a dead animal in the foreground here. I put him here on purpose because this animal is so relaxed and happy. He's just enjoying the sun out there. They've got wind protection to keep them safe from that wind element out there. And in Ontario, where the snows can be wetter, they have overhangs to help keep them dry. Next slide, please. So these are the grasslands, and we introduced terms like ecosystem services in this document, which is a new language for people maybe to get their heads around. This idea, does anybody there have any idea what that means? Ecosystem service?
No.
Go for it, Kim. Go for it. Come on.
I was going to say, I could maybe take a stab at it based on what we learned of the grassland.
You've had a sneak preview.
Yes, we had a little preview of it the other day. So,
yeah, it means giving a benefit back to the ecosystem because cattle are grazing there. Just like a rose bush needs to be trimmed in order to be hardy and to flourish. If you let roses languish, they just become all stringy, they get disease infected, and they die.
Yes.
And these guys really help keep that grass trimmed down so it is vigorous. They fertilize the soil as well by walking around and depositing manure. Mm-hmm. And even the hoof prints will dig out divots in the landscape, and that helps for collecting water when it does rain. It's really important out in the prairies where it can be pretty dry. I think I need to wrap up pretty soon, don't I? I'm seeing my clock at 2:28.
I was going to say our guests are hanging out there. Chef David and Ben, they're chilling there. They're chilling.
I'm sorry.
They're chilling in the green room.
We're
okay. Good. We're good.
Yeah. Okay.
We're good.
If you could advance to the next slide, please. Yeah, cattle are providing biodiversity by keeping these grasslands going and putting them to good use. The animals that would live in that brush area, for example, on the corner, There's birds that have evolved to live with the type of environment that the bison actually produced by grazing. And they actually really depend on different heights of grasses for nesting in if they're ground animals. And that wide open space actually ensures that woodland predators don't come in and invade their nests and things like that. This is one reason it was so important for Dr. Artuso to give his lectures to culinary students. The idea of that if we lose cattle, we will lose those grasslands. And the cattle are providing, 68% of that wildlife habitat capacity that happens on Canada agriculture lands. So just think in your mind what a cornfield will look like and what this type of landscape looks like. And I think you'll start to see the perspective that a wider variety of animals can exist and coexist with cattle than can in a cornfield, for example.
Absolutely.
Okay, next slide, please.
Oh, it's coming. Sorry, wrong button.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, I did talk about how cattle enrich the soil. So I think we've got a pretty good handle on what you might find in this document, the Ground Beef Toolkit. I just wanted to tell you that we are holding a webinar on it. We put this announcement out through Dietitians of Canada, and I'm circulating it as well as an invitation to the culinary educators that participate with Taste Canada. It's March 31st, but this is going to be hosted by dietitian Carol Harrison. And we're going to be bringing out a registered dietitian who really specializes in beef nutrition, Corinne Barlow, and she's a real find, let me tell you. We're also bringing Sandra Voss. She is a beef farmer that lives in Brant County and here in Ontario. She's got a very interesting perspective in that she's not from beef farm sort of heritage. She bought this beef farm. She was a public health nurse. So she uses her nurse expertise as a way of triage when she looks at her cattle and when she looks at her land and deciding what are the best moves to make to keep both the cattle and the landscape healthy. And then I'm going to be on deck as well just to talk about culinary know-how when it comes to ground beef. Basically, I will take the product and explore it from purchase to get it to the plate. So we're covering all aspects here: human nutrition, how beef is raised, and cattle production. So I hope that everyone could attend. We've got sign up for that also on the homepage at thinkbeef.ca. And just a bit of an explanation, thinkbeef.ca is an arm of Canada Beef. So we are one organization. Thinkbeef.ca is more of the nutrition portfolio that we use to talk about beef, and it's going to be about ground beef for sure. So thanks very much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. That was awesome, Joyce. Thank you. You
guys want a copy? I can send a copy to you.
Yes. Absolutely. I was actually on trying to find my one to sign up for, and I messaged two friends of mine that are teachers.
Good.
Hey, you need this. So yeah, absolutely. I love a copy.
Okay, great. Well, just send me your mailing address and I can get that out to you, Kim. Or if you want to go to thinkbeef.ca and order it yourself, you can sign up there for it and we'll get that out to you. COVID's making it a little tricky. I must admit, I'm shuffling copies off to a mailbox and, it's a very sophisticated system.
Yeah. I could probably drive to Guelph and pick it up from you faster than I might get.
That would be easy.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Joyce, thank you so much for jumping on our show today. Canada Beef has been a great partner of Cisco's, and we've had so many great things that we've done over this last week with yourself, Dwayne, and everyone else that's been on the show. Thank you again for spending your time today with us and great information.
We really appreciate this format, by the way. It's been great having Cisco lead us. You guys have done a great job.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Joyce.
Okay, bye now. I'm going to go eat some beef.
Okay.
See, deliveries, Jay. Delivery. You're kind of cracking up again.
I'm cracking up. No.
Did you switch back to your other microphone?
No, I didn't. Am I better now? No.
No.
Okay, give me 1 second here before we bring these other guys in. I cannot get over you do this so many times a year. You never have a problem, and then you just get to the moment, and now it's the problem. Do I
That's
sound
better.
bad? Are you just messing with me, maybe?
Yeah. Go with it, Melissa. Jay, you're cracking up. It's a little choppy right now.
Yeah, Melissa. Yeah. Thanks, Melissa. The jabs have been good. The jabs have been good. So we're going to break to a quick commercial, and then we'll be back with these two
Like the
beautiful
seventh
fine
inning
young
stretch.
men. Look at these two. They're sitting in the green room there. Dave, you look like you're so excited you can't even hold back. Anyways, we'll be right back.
All right.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Hello. That was good. Ben, where did you go? You're on there forever. Oh, you got to mute there. You got to unmute, brother. There you go.
Sorry, I'm here.
There you go. Sorry about that. So, anyways, thanks again for coming back. You're the second last of this Palooza marathon of shows that we've done, and I'm happy to have you guys back. And what are you going to talk about? What's your plan?
Well, today we're going to talk about bringing that delivery experience, from your restaurant right to the home, not just soggy food in a foam container, but really elevating it up, and then how to evaluate it. So, you've done a good job at making all these changes, but are you actually looking at what that end user sees? So, in this day and age, it's actually probably impossible to imagine food and beverage even not having delivery. Having food delivered to customers, is just part of the world now, right? Whereas I think a lot of times before, it was just a way of packaging up, food uneaten, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So I think, next to food quality, delivering a top-notch brand experience should be the core of your operation, when you're approaching delivery.
Fully agree. Ben, let's throw some 2 cents. He's just dying.
Yeah, so to start off, Chef Kim, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, Ben?
Good. You're hanging in there. I've been watching and thinking, wow, you're such a trooper. You've been doing an awesome job co-hosting with Jay. So
thank you.
Yeah,
I can hijack the show if you need me to again.
Jay, you better watch out.
I got you, Ben. Don't worry.
Better watch out, Jay. Obviously, it rings so true that our industry is really changing, and that obviously having everyone has to have delivery, right? It really is a mainstay throughout the industry now, and it really is about how do you elevate that experience, right? So customers are looking for the food that they would want in a restaurant, just served in different ways. So this whole off-premise thing is really taken off. So I remember years ago when it first started, customers were really unsure. I don't know about this delivery, and now it's an absolute must, right? And diners expect that same quality and really a very similar experience in their own home with what they would get in a restaurant. And so that creates a big opportunity, but also a huge challenge for operators to be able to provide that for their customers.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry.
We look at COVID right now and how much we just want to get out of our house. But I think as we look to the future, I think we're going to see a lot of people that have gotten quite comfortable, in their own home getting delivery. And I think this is something that's going to remain at the top of people's lists for quite some time. I must admit, I'm quite the homebody. I'm very happy being in my own house. when I get the opportunity. So I'm looking forward to seeing delivery stay strong in the future.
Absolutely. I don't think people realize that there actually is a difference from the execution of the food versus just because if you ask the average person, they'd be like, oh yeah, you just take it off the plate and put it in a takeout container. But there's actually way more involved in it to maintain that quality and that travel and that consistency of a product.
It's so true, and it begins, like you said, with the right menu, right? It's not just taking food off of sliding it off a plate. In some aspects it is, but you really have to adapt that takeout menu. Optimize your menu for delivery. You're not offering dishes or items that you serve on site when they won't travel well, right? Yeah. So making sure that the food will travel well. Does it get cold or soggy? Does the drink get watered down? Packaging needs, it's really important to think ahead on the different packaging needs you have. Do they represent your brand, or are they just a boring vessel, for your food?
Yeah, I remember years ago when I was in my hockey rinks, I would have to take a product and put it in a chafing dish and then time how long it could stay in that chafing dish at hockey rink temperature without getting compromised. It was like an entire week's worth of my job was just, I felt like a mad scientist all the time. I'm like, okay, I got like 5 minutes on this one. I got like an hour and a half on this one. And I don't think a lot of people realize that we do a lot of those things behind the scenes as in this industry to make sure that product maintains its quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's definitely the behind the scenes isn't even thought of, right? When a customer, is grabbing that product or ordering that product, sometimes there's a lot of labor and a lot of thought that has to go into how is that dish going to perform. So I couldn't have said it better. It was perfect.
So true. Absolutely. And next to menu, like you said, timing of food, both for how long it holds as well as how quickly you get it to people. Jay shared a picture with us earlier this week of just a sea of tablets of a restaurant that was utilizing so many different outlets. And a lot of people went, whoa, what is that, right? But you want to get your food there quick, whether you're just a single restaurant or whether you're ghost kitchen or something along those lines, right? You want to make sure he gets there.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, and one of the things that probably doesn't, it's a little bit tough now that we've ramped up a lot of the, with delivery, during the pandemic, but even after looking at the branding, right? So if we kind of got through this period of time and you're kind of serving that packaging, is there a way that you can implement some branding into your takeout program to elevate that experience, right? We had this is before COVID, but before COVID we were at a friend's place. We were all having pizza. Where did the pizza come from? There's no signage on the box, right? And that could be easy as a stamp. It could be easy as a sticker. Maybe it's getting creative, right? And maybe it's writing it on there. I don't know. But if you don't have any branding on there, how would guests or customers know where that product came from, right? And so looking at that branding piece, I think, is also a way to elevate that dining experience.
It's so true, Ben. Like we put a lot of effort in restaurants on plating and how that food looks. Right, and that has to continue on with the packaging. And I think sometimes people get a little scared of the costs involved in custom packaging and things like that. But there are many ways of being able to do that more cost effective, whether it's a stamp or purchasing stickers or a lot of different items to get that brand onto your packaging.
Absolutely.
Even someone with good handwriting on a pizza box.
Yeah,
something, no problem. That makes it fun.
Yeah, it does, right?
The brand piece is the most important.
Yeah, well, and how the underneath the Snapple lid, they give you little trivia, like all these little touches that people put on their takeout, and people don't often think of a drink as a takeout, but it's kind of like the original takeout is just a bottle of Pepsi from the cooler, right? And when you can take that and make it interesting, it really gets people talking.
Yeah, I like that.
The original takeout, I like that.
Yeah.
It's so true.
TM, just in case someone tries to use that, I'll trademark that right now, Jay.
Yeah. I got a lot of those going after this weekend or couple days.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Around that,
along with that too is like attractive food packaging. Like you think about presents, everybody likes to get a present, right? And unwrap them, right? Food delivery can combine all of those when you do it right. We live in an age of Instagram and photos and things like that. So if people are sharing your packaging, they're sharing your message, they're sharing your story as well as free advertising for you.
Yeah, and also, with lots of takeout, I think it kind of loops into what you're saying there, Chef, is the environmental piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if and I get there's a cost to all of this, but as a consumer, I think really looking at the sustainability of the packaging as well, and what are some things that you could even move towards, with that environmental, eco-friendly containers, it really becomes an image of your brand, right? Absolutely. So, whether it has to kind of be looped into a marketing cost or kind of divvied up some way, maybe even a charge back to the customer to say, hey, you know what, we're using environmental packaging, maybe that's why that dish is a little bit extra, right? If it's 20, 30, 40, 50 cents on a meal, but it comes in an environmentally friendly container, maybe it's a reusable container, there's ways to kind of spin that packaging piece to make sure that it is sustainable.
Absolutely. I think almost every venue that I've been part of, the second we put it public why we were doing it and what that meant to us from an environmental standpoint, never did we have an argument. Every single time we had a buy-in, and nobody even batted an eyelash, because I think people nowadays truly see the bigger picture and the value in having that container, and people feel better about it. They feel better about consuming something that's come in a compostable container than, say, a styrofoam or whatever. It's just it adds to the whole evening or the whole event. So
almost to think of it like a product itself, right? Mm-hmm. So as a brand, you wouldn't want to cheap out on a steak, right? Or a high quality plant-based protein option or something like that. And you have a conversation around that. This is why it costs what it costs because of the quality. Well, maybe the packaging becomes a little bit of that conversation as well. Like you said, maybe that becomes a product in itself, right? You can kind of move that along that way. So, those are some things to pay attention to when you are looking at elevating that takeout experience.
Yeah, I often think of the packaging almost like as a resume for your business. When you can make something that's clean, presentable, and gathers that focus. It's a good lead off to what you're going to get. And so often I'm disappointed because I get food and the food's amazing, but why not make that experience that much better, right?
And you get it with a styrofoam. And then you're already putting out there, I'm all about the energy. The yoga teacher in me, of course, is all about the energy you're putting out there. So you're already putting that negative energy into what you're having for dinner because you're disappointed about the container.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think like that clarity, like pass on that knowledge to the customers, right? So many people are, concerned about foam and because it's so much cheaper, right? So how do I make that step? Well, make that step and just tell people why you're doing it. Exactly like you said, Kim, it's just make the change and show people why you're doing it, and I don't think anyone will complain.
Yeah, I'm a green nerd, like green nerd through and through. So yeah, I'm advocating for this.
Green no shame in that. Awesome.
Yeah, very much so. I was reading an article on the weekend about chopsticks recycling.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic. They're making these beautiful cutting boards and things out of used chopsticks. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool.
That is cool. I went, one of the venues I was at, it was our green committee. We made a point of including all the food and beverage into that. And we deferred like 400,000 pounds of waste in a year from a landfill through composting. And then the last place I was at, we partnered with the city, and we had thousands of kids that went through a day at a ski hill, and we went as far as getting compostable straws and everything, because like we're a ski hill. We make money based on the environment. We can't very well be going and affecting it, but it's an easy transition, and you'll feel better about it. Like you as a chef, as a restaurateur, as a supplier, feel better about producing that and putting that out there as well.
Absolutely.
And there's so many pretty containers now. Like
They
they're
really
are, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it ends up being nicer to plate in, like you said. It's a beautiful container. You know, you spent all this time creating this dish, organizing it for proper takeout, and then to put it in foam, maybe you're missing the mark on that, right? Where really looking at it, if it's a craft paper or something a little bit more elegant, just adds to that experience, right? So, you know,
yeah, kind of like the old fish and chips and newspaper, right? Like I know we can't really do that anymore, but when you get that, it's such a nice feeling, right? And there's a local place in my community, they do that. They wrap it up in food safe packaging first and then put the newspaper on the outside. And I just love opening that up on my table and just eating from it. It's just such a fun, nostalgic experience.
Awesome.
Anything else
So,
you
yeah,
want
one
to
of
touch
the
on, or Ben?
Yeah, one of the things we wanted to touch on, and I thought it was a really great point, was, you know, through that, you know, delivery process as it continues, is to not be that faceless entity, right? So whether that's through that social media component, you know, you really want to still engage with your customers, because when they know that you're at the end of that product, you know, they're more likely to you know, come back and purchase again and have a really some brand loyalty with your organization, because they see a face to that product, right? So, you know, even though we're in a delivery world, you know, maybe there's a way you can get out there, get in front of customers using your social media, you know, a nice handwritten card, maybe a photo of the staff, you know, just creative ways that you can put things inside that takeout bag that just elevates that experience, right? And that can be a good way to kind of bridge that gap between, oh, I'm just ordering from the spot and I don't really know anyone there, versus, wow, you know, they went above and beyond and they, you know, they did something nice for us. So just to not lose that part of the business, because I feel sometimes through takeout, you can miss that piece.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And surpassing those customer expectations to make people remain loyal to your brand, right? I think the perfect example is Harley Davidson, right? How many people have a Harley Davidson tattoo on themselves?
Oh,
you know, I don't, but you know, it's one of those things that people are so proud of. They believe in the company, they believe in the product, you know, and, you know, getting there and keeping that is hard. But, you know, once people get there, they stay with you forever, right?
I don't think anyone has a Chef Kim tattoo on them either.
Let me get a Sharpie.
Yeah.
I'll get one. I'll make it happen. My daughter will do it for me.
Perfect.
I don't know, Chef Kim, we might be handing out tattoos later.
Yeah.
It sounds like Jay's in a tunnel.
I know you're cracking, Jay.
He's trying to get rid of us. Oh, I'm in a tunnel. I'm going to lose signal. Sorry, guys. Bye.
So, one of the big things, I know we're going to end here real quick, but, you know, one of the kind of key pieces was
Ben's show now.
Is it my show now? Sorry.
Yeah. Take it, Ben.
It's merchandising.
Go for it, Ben.
So we talked about this, you know, Chef David and I are always on this with that merchandising piece. So, you know, don't forget about those extra things, right? If you're building a brand and, you know, we're customers are engaging with us in different ways, is there a way you can merchandise that? So we talked about branding, packaging, but maybe it's other things. You know, you don't necessarily have to go as far as, you know, some brands out there, but, you know, maybe there's a way you can incorporate that, right? Through other things that you wouldn't think of, right? So, you know, is it, you know, sauces that you're using in a retail format that you can then, you know, add to a customer's order for a delivery? You know, is it t-shirts, you know, that kind of stuff. But getting creative with some of that merchandising piece that can be purchased and sent, I think can be a good way to get that brand out and as well build that loyalty.
Yeah, absolutely. The trucker hat phenomenon. Like people start logo trucker hats and everybody and their brother had one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think Chef does, right? There you go.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, I gotta. What am I getting here? Like,
Oh, Jay.
Jay, why isn't the rest of
got
Cisco
stuff
sending
coming your
me
way.
stuff?
We've ordered. Don't worry.
I think
Well,
further
gentlemen,
to
it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, just further to what Ben was saying about the merchandising and things like that, is also bringing that experience home. You know, like what is the experience with delivery? You know, I was talking with a Greek restaurant earlier this month, just about how they could bring an experience to a customer. You know, if it's a music code for 1 to 2 hours of curated music, maybe a link to a YouTube channel with some dancers. Could they include a blue and white check tablecloth? Date night menus, family nights, movie pairings, where you say this food is perfect for this movie. This food is in a lot of movies, but what if you created some of that cool food for movies like Big Night, and then sent that home with the movie, right? Like, there's so many ways that we can make a delivery an actual experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, even like if you think about at the end of your meal when the bill comes, what do you 99% of the time want to come with it? Like a little mint or a chocolate or something. It's the one thing most people, or a large portion, look forward to the most with Chinese food is the fortune cookie. So even putting like some sort of small little branded dessert item in after something, a little chocolate, anything like that is a great way to go as well. That way nobody's got bad breath.
Absolutely. And even elevating it, right? I've worked in one place and we made little cheesecake popsicles, right? So people expected a mint, but they got, something that much better, right?
Totally.
I know we're running short on time, Jay, but I think that one of the other most important parts of this whole experience is really inspecting what you expect, right? So you've created an incredible delivery experience, but what does that look like when it gets to the customer? So, we do a lot of secret shoppers here in Cisco, where we evaluate people's restaurants as a third party and give them real raw data on what our experience was like. So we help people set that up either for themselves or through Cisco as a free service, because we want our restaurants to succeed. We want them to be the best they could possibly be, right? Because in turn, they're going to buy more food because they're going to be that much more busy, right? So,
and I think as an industry for kitchen people and that, we would always almost take out. Yeah, there's a takeout order, and it almost was a point of a bone of contention with us. So I think now we really need to shift those mentalities in the kitchen as well, to realize that takeout is as valuable as that dine-in customer is to us right now.
So true. Absolutely.
Not us, Moody chefs. What?
Not at all, eh?
Right.
Can you hear me crackle or anything? Do I sound good now? We're working on it.
You sound better now, Jay.
Sound better?
Yeah, just at the end of the show. That's good. So
Jay, I'm going to need you to send a bunch of these hats to Chef Kim so she can sign them and then send them back to us.
Yeah. I'm just going to start showing up at offices, right? Hey.
Here we go. Alrighty. Well, thanks again, gentlemen, for today. Michael, our next guy, he's just itching there in the green room. He's pacing back and forth. So.
It was really 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
He's just itching to do food photography right now. So we're gonna have Michael in here in a second. But thanks again, gentlemen, on the whole overview on the takeout. Great conversation, as always. It's something that we just need to keep having the conversation and raise those bars on takeout and delivery. It's not going away, and if anything, COVID's really highlighted it more than anything. So it is awesome to talk about this. So all the best to you guys.
Thank you.
You too, guys. Great seeing you again. Have a great rest of your week.
Yeah, you too. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I might just call you guys. Hey, what are you talking about?
We'll set up a 5-hour conference call with you. We can just chat.
Right? I say, perfect. Sign me up. I'm in.
That's awesome. All right, see you guys.
Take care.
There we go. Mic's fixed. New mic cord. New mic. We're back in the game.
All right. We're
One
ready
show
now.
left. One show left. One more.
One left. Might as well knock it out of the park.
I tell you, it's definitely been a marathon of knowledge, eh? A lot of different things.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
yeah, exactly. I know I've had to run and get my legs going again.
Yeah.
Well, we have our next guest. He's let's say the marketing expert we have here at Cisco. Smart guy, loves his food photography. You can follow him on Instagram. I'll let him explain all that because he's posting every night amazing photos. And they are not stock photos, I'll tell you that, right, Michael? Yeah, he doesn't even I don't even know if he knows the word stock photos. He doesn't do them. He does amazing stuff. So just one second. Just got to remove this one thing here, and we're good to go. So I'm going to bring quick commercial, quick break, and then we'll have the marketing expert of Cisco in here in a second. See how I use the, Michael? Yeah, he likes that. All right, we'll be right back, and then this is the last one, Kim. Here we go. It'll be a quick commercial on buns. Here we go. Can't wait, eh? You just have to jump on. You can't even undo your mic. You can't.
I didn't do anything. I'm here. I'm ready.
Okay, I gotta turn down my mic because you're louder than I can imagine.
Am I too loud? I'll try and speak softly.
When you turn your mic down a little, just a hair.
See if I can get it turned down.
We know everyone in BC's tuning in right now, so and across Canada.
There we go. Is that better?
Here's Kim back.
There.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Michael.
Oh, hi, Kim.
How's
it going?
Good. You?
I'm so fantastic. I'm charged up. I'm ready to go. We're going to have fun.
Perfect.
First off, I want to say you guys have been doing a bang-up job all week long. You know, it's a long stretch, 5 hours live, lots of moving pieces, you know. So little microphone things here and there. Don't sweat the small stuff. The bigger picture is loud and clear and message received. At least for me, the segments that I've been watching, the message has certainly been received.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're
Awesome.
trying.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kim's kind of cool.
Yeah.
She's kind of cool.
Yeah.
She's
She's fun to hang out with.
Yeah. Smack talking me all day today.
Right?
I know.
I feel like I'm representing the rest of the team in level of smack talking right now. Right?
That's how you know your family, right? When you get the smack talk and the banter, it's all good.
Yep.
It's been good. So, Michael, food photography, you have taught us over the years so much in this area. Now it's time to share it with all of Canada and everyone else that's going to tune in today and watch this later on.
Well, let's just talk about.
Sorry, good. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's just talk about one segment of food photography, and we're not going to get into the technical stuff today, but what I do want to talk about is visual storytelling. And, you know, I surf, I see a lot of posts out there, both, you know, amateur, professional, you know, a lot of restaurant posts, and there's great looking food, but there's no story to help round out what that image is. And I think, you know, it's certainly food photography is the technical, both in the gear, the knowledge to shoot the images, and the editing and post-processing. But if that image lacks storytelling, you know, it can fall flat.
Yeah, you know, I just want to ask Kim on this because this has got to be an area a lot of chefs just haven't really spent a lot of time in. And right, like you said to me today, it kind of hit home that we're talking about inventories, and you're like, well, you know, we're the creators, we're the, you know, we create and we make amazing meals and amazing dishes. This other stuff, I'm not thinking a lot because I don't think they teach it in school. is food
No.
photography unless you take a photography class. And it's so like Michael's been teaching us this for a while, and there's so much to learn because you can mess up your amazing, beautiful dishes you spend all your life creating instantly with a bad photo.
Well, and then the other key is that, and I've been through this topic many times in the spaces I've been where someone's like, "Hey, did you take a picture of it?" And I'm like, I don't have time to stop and take a picture. I got like 200 other people to feed at the same time. I don't care about the picture. I want to do this. So I often found that I had to assign taking a photo to someone. Okay, you know what? You're in charge of that photo. Take it this, follow these parameters. I have taken a small course on food photography at a place that I worked before, but so I'd assign someone to it because I don't have time. I guess I should, or I could, but no, it was never on the top of my list. Feeding everyone was way more important than taking a photo of what they were eating.
But branding is so important, and branding, like photos, branding are directly linked, and to have all of that. And we talk a lot about content creation and where restaurants can struggle, and that's having enough content to feed that Instagram, Facebook, social media machine. And what I'm going to try and do here today for you, I've got everything kind of set up behind me. I'm going to switch cameras, but what I'm going to do for you today is not necessarily the detail about the camera settings and what I'm doing, but let's take a product and let's build a story. What do you think?
Yeah,
let's
perfect.
do it. Okay, I'm going to switch over to, sorry, wrong camera.
Michael, can we do next show with you is how to do the right mic? How to set up mics.
How to fix up microphones? Yes, we can definitely do a microphone check one. So what I've got here is a blank canvas, right? So it's just it's a white backdrop, and then I have a little something happening in the background that I can show you on this camera so that you can see what my scene is going to look like. We got the white in the foreground. We got a little bit of brick in the background to create a little bit of a scene with. And what I have is this fantastic product that I got a while ago. This is a local coffee roasted on Vancouver Island in Courtenay, BC. Rodos Bistro. He roasts all of his own coffee and sells it. And this packaging, like, look at this packaging. Doesn't it not look amazing?
Beautiful. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely amazing looking packaging. So let's take this product and we're going to build a little scene around this packaging. Now, what does coffee traditionally come in?
In the bag?
We buy it in the retail. We buy it in the retail pack like this, but when it's picked and harvested all around the world, what do you think it usually comes in?
In like the big bags?
Like the big bags.
Burlap.
So what do I have here? I got this fun little piece of burlap here that I'm going to kind of work into my image. So Jay, you're a painter, right?
Yeah.
Or you enjoy painting. If he's there, he might have stepped away for a moment.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
5 years of painting. I got the degree.
Right. So when you have your paint, when you have your canvas, what do you start to do with your paint?
What do we start to do with our paint?
Well, you start to
you put on a
layer.
palette. Yeah, you layer, but you've got your palette. Yeah, you start there. I guess when you start the
You got
canvas, you would layer with your gesso and you
Yeah.
plan out. Yeah.
So I have all these things here. I have all of my palettes, all of my colors here, but now I need to start layering them all in. So let's start with our coffee, which, the coffee is all about the story here. So this is going to be our hero shot. So let me just make sure that we focus it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this little makeup sponge because I noticed that my coffee's leaning back a little bit. And I'm going to just tuck it in so that my coffee stands up nice and straight. How does that look so far?
Great.
First of all, it looks phenomenal, Michael. But Kim, just so you know, I don't know if you've been to the Vancouver Island, but they have amazing coffee roasters over there.
I have not. Put that on our road trip.
The Pacific Northwest is nothing but good coffee roasters.
Amazing.
All right, so we got our coffee in our scene. So now let's start to build a little bit more storyline with it. So what do we need? Of course, if we're gonna have coffee, we definitely need a cup to drink our coffee in. So let's just take that and set that there for right now.
I was thinking donut.
Donut, yeah, I was thinking about pastries. I asked Sam, do we have any of those little chocolates left over? Those little bark thins left over, and she said no, they're gone.
Yeah.
So we don't have them anymore. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this little piece of wood here, this wooden cutting board that I have. I'm just going to kind of layer it into the background. And then let me bring up this next camera here so we can see our little piece of wood in the background. I'm going to move it back just a little bit because I don't want it to take over. I'm going to move my coffee cup over just a tiny little bit. Now, do you see the grid lines that I have there up on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So those are, I have them up on the screen, and they're a guide for me because they're the rule of thirds grids. And there's certainly a lot of other ones. So visually, I want to have my subject or my focal point falling alongside one of those rules of thirds. Now, in a perfect world, technology defeated me a little bit because I would rather have this image in a portrait, but it's sideways on your display, and I didn't want everybody looking to the side, so I just kept it in the landscape position. But right now we have our coffee here. Now, I think that if we have coffee, the coffee beans, pardon me, then we definitely need some coffee in there. So I have this little pour over brewer that I've already pre-brewed with some coffee, and I just have it fading into the background.
Cool.
Cool.
Now I'm using a really wide open aperture on this particular lens. It's going to give me a really shallow depth of field. So what we want in focus is our hero, which is the coffee. And then we want everything else in the background to just start fading off on that image. So I might even actually move my coffee just a little bit closer, like so. Just make sure that we're in focus. We're looking good. All right, what do you have? How do you drink your coffee, Jay?
Large.
Large. As big as it can get. Do you take cream?
Yeah, a lot. No, I don't actually. I don't do cream. I just go straight.
No?
A lot of people
I think we're having some fun here, and we're building out this scene. So let's get our little bottle of cream in the background because coffee's subjective, right? Everybody likes it a little bit of a different way.
Yes.
We have our coffee. And then usually, somebody likes some kind of sweetener. We're going to continue on our local theme here. And I have this little jar of honey that Sam's brother's family had harvested in the Okanagan. So they have a little beehive in their backyard. And they gave me that.
Nice.
And then this little device here, I have no idea what it's called, but it sure looks great. And then when we pop it in, it is a honey
Drizzler.
A honey dispenser, stir thingamabob,
Drizzler.
if you would.
Yeah.
So we got that in our scene, and look at this. We're building up into all kinds of different layers and different elements within that scene as well. I think what we're missing here is just one more small little element, and that's going to be some coffee beans. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take my coffee beans and just kind of scatter them around. And then,
Beautiful.
so again, what I'm trying to do is tell that story. So we have these beautiful beans, beautiful packaging, everything in the background. I think the only thing missing at the moment might be a little bit of coffee in my cup. So I'm just going to pour it here. Hopefully it doesn't spill all over the floor of my office. So there we go. It went black because the camera went to sleep. So let's just fire that back on. So we can see that little bit of coffee peeking out in the cup. We have our coffee, our hero, proudly displayed with that beautiful packaging, the milk and everything kind of falling off into the background. And now let's just Let's just take our image. It's
awesome.
That easy. Now, I did plan this out in advance. I spent a little bit of time working on what I was going to do so that I was fully prepared for today.
Mhm.
But certainly, you know, when we look at photography and food photography in general, there's such a big difference between, you know, that image where it could just be the product shot. And, you know, product shots are great. They certainly have a place. A lot more technical and a lot more other things happening with a particular product shot. But I do want to take a moment here in my time and just pop my card in here, and let's have a look at the image that we just took in some editing software.
Cool.
Kim, you have an echo. I have an echo.
I lost you, Jay.
Yeah, I lost you too.
No. No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't believe this. It's like the.
Well, let's see. Hopefully you can see screen 2.
Yeah.
Yes. Technology is not going to completely defeat us.
We're gonna win here.
And let's just have a look. So I shoot in Adobe Camera Raw. What that does is it's going to give me the most flexibility in details in the shot. And basically, when you take a little photo on your iPhone, depending on what the lighting is, it can be a very high quality image. But when I shoot in RAW, it gives me so much more dynamic range and detail to work with, and I can recover all of that detail because it does look a little bit flat. And if I was to, you know, I just put this scene together quickly, I would probably spend a little bit of time, you know, making sure that the crinkles in the bag are there. I might have ironed that little piece of burlap or, you know, layered in another one in it. But this image, we're going to say we want it to go on the Instagram. So the first thing I'm going to do is quickly crop it for Instagram. And Instagram goes on the 4:5 format. So that's what our image would look like cropped. And what I'm going to do, I'm not going to spend a lot of time because it's highly technical details, but I just hit that auto button and let Adobe Lightroom, you know, choose out some colors for me and some exposure values and some other things that it can do. I know that this lens that I use has a little bit of barrel distortion, so I can fix that up really quick. And it just takes that image and flattens it out. And here I like to, you know, add a little bit of what I kind of grit, if you would, make that image pop just a little bit. And we could see some of those details get recovered there. And then just adding a little bit of contrast through clarity. And we have what I think is a fantastic looking image. Even if we wanted to, there's a little bit of negative space up at the top. We can add some text, but you know, everything blurs nicely from the foreground. It's sharp at the product, and then it blurs all the way into the background.
Yeah, I actually thought that was my eyes for a second as you were doing it.
I was like, oh, the camera's like, what's this? And, yeah. That's really cool,
No.
Mike.
Beautiful.
Some excellent tricks there. What do you think? We built a nice little scene successfully.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gorgeous.
I don't know how to. Oh, stop the screen. We got 10 minutes left. Do you think we can knock another one out really quick?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Go for it.
All right, let's do it here. I just gotta make sure which camera.
And you're crackling now, Michael, too.
What's that?
You're crackling now, too.
Oh no! Last thing we want is to have bad audio, so let me just quickly pop the card back in the camera and turn it back on so that we can see.
It's like 4 hours. After 4 hours, everything just goes wonky.
I planned it perfectly.
Did you plan that?
Yeah, totally did.
The sad thing is, you wouldn't believe how much me and Michael have spent on this stuff.
All right, let me move a few things out of my scene really quick here.
I love it when a plan comes together.
Melissa's like losing it. That's awesome. You know, I just think that I think food photography, as like Michael's taught us over these last few years, we've been working with him on this, this is another area that I think the more that you play around with, the more you do stuff in this area, in our industry, you learn from mistakes and errors. But
yeah,
today's world, it's a lot easier digital than it was, let's say, 20 years ago.
Yeah, I had one of the girls in the kitchen that worked with me used to say, she's like, did we even cook if we didn't take a photo of it? And I was like, no, clearly we didn't.
Oh, do you remember? Like, oh my God. I was thinking way back. I don't think we took pictures of food as much as we do today.
Oh my gosh, not even close. Me didn't, and neither did anybody else.
No one did. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have to cheat a little bit here on this one, but let's say we want to shot us.
Michael, I gotta mute you, brother. You gotta fix that mic.
Hang on a second.
He's gonna get back.
I'm trying to figure out something that it sounds like.
It sounds as bad. That's what. There we go.
Is it still bad?
Yeah, you're still crackly there.
Okay,
yeah. Tickly.
Not to continuously point out anything, but I just want to let you know I have not had any technical difficulty with microphone.
I'll mute you. Don't make me mute you.
Honestly, I can't believe it's taking you this long.
We're at 120, so we're 122. We've done 36 shows in 4 days. So 36 plus, yeah, we're about 100, almost 160 shows. We're almost, so.
Nice.
Yeah. My mic goes down.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So I'm back to my old mic. It's probably tingy, but it's gonna do.
No, it sounds good.
Does it sound good now? Yeah. This is like half the price that one.
Compared to Michael right now, sounds like he's in a paper bag.
I know exactly.
Do I still sound like I'm in a paper bag?
Yeah, you still sound like you're in a paper bag. You don't even talk now. It's all going downhill. No. We got 6 minutes. We can make it.
6 minutes. Come on. Be strong.
How are we now?
Sound great.
That's good.
Here we go. We'll bring up the picture now.
There we go. Okay.
There you go. You sound phenomenal.
It's the microphone at my desk, so if I sound like I'm fading in and out, you'll know why.
Your camera went snoozy too.
Yeah.
There we go.
So there we go. We got a little bit of a different looking scene. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch settings here on the camera.
Have you been sitting on a cushy seat? I've been sitting on a wooden seat.
You know what? I put a cushion on my wooden seat. Like I have a wooden office chair, but I have like a nice little cushion on top of it. Yeah.
Does it help?
It helps immensely.
Okay.
Although it's which is funny because I didn't realize it, and when I stopped in a kitchen full time and went to being at home more, I realized how much I wasn't moving and how that affected me physically. So these 4 days are probably the most I've sat still in a really long time. So even this morning I got up and I went for a walk and I was like, I don't know if I could be an office person.
I don't think you sit still. I don't think you're one of those types that doesn't sit still.
No, unless I'm in yoga class.
I was gonna say except for yoga.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael, we're just chatting without you.
That's all right.
My morning meditation chair. Then I
Thank you for covering while I went through microphone hell, just like Jay does.
All right. Let's see those fake ice cubes. Those were cool.
Do you like the fake ice cubes?
Yeah.
Here, I'm just going to bring one image into Lightroom so we can have a look at it. Okay, tell me if you can see my screen there again. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta let my dog out.
And then really quickly, again, let's crop this for the Instagram, the 4x5. And then same thing, we can just do some light editing on it just to kind of recover detail and or give it like a little bit of a contrast punch.
Typically, most people don't do anything like that, Michael, right? Like they don't adjust anything. And it makes a big difference as we see here.
It can, and just, very quite simply, without a lot of primping and polishing, again, we have a nice image. We probably could have added a few more elements if my mic didn't go down, but there's certainly some great looking things happening there. So you get the feel of the iced coffee, and then with the milk fading into the coffee. I like the idea of the mason jar with the extra ice cubes. We could have primed it up with a few little coffee beans in the foreground. But certainly we have another great looking image.
Absolutely.
So my piece of advice today for anybody that's taking photos of things, and that you're going to post whatever content you're creating, think about what the story is that the image is trying to tell, or that you are trying to tell. And I think you're going to see your food photos go from just okay to like, wowzer, that's a really good looking image. And there's lots of different tools, tricks, and techniques to help you get there with it. But certainly this is just one way, and it's, my approach is my approach. It's not how other professional photographers would approach it, but we're probably not that far off. But again, that visual storytelling can make or break a photo and really create a good high level of engagement with your social posts.
Awesome. I would say think outside the box for people. I have I really wanted to do a plate on something wooden. And I was like, I don't even have anything. I was at my house. I was like, what am I going to use? So I actually had a tray, and I flipped the tray over and used the bottom of the tray. And it's now my favorite thing to do photos on. It's actually like a plant holder, but I really like the finish of it. So yeah, there's all kinds of, if you only need it to be like this much of a space, you can do get a lot of fun things going. Very nice.
Yeah, props. I mean, I have a bit of a prop collection going on. I can only have so much space here in my office before I'm busting at the seams with stuff. But yeah, definitely thinking outside the box. Those little pieces of that little square of burlap, I've used it in a number of different photos in different ways to help me layer in my scene. Cookie trays are also awesome.
Yep.
They get that particular patina on it. Even taking that cookie tray and flipping it over so that you get the bottom side of it. And, that's going to look super cool depending on what you're doing. Again, lots of different factors in it.
And then I always had like a specific knife or a specific dish that I use just for taking photos for things like that. It's when the only time it comes out is for that one magic photo. The rest of the time it's hidden. Nobody's allowed to touch it.
Yeah. And I think some of the, I think a lot of food photographers go through all of the antique stores looking for different things. So the antique store is a great way to look for things. When you really talk about some of the detail, as I step away, cutlery is huge. I keep this bin of cutlery here in my office, and I look for spoons that have this tarnish on it.
Yeah.
And, you know, the reflection, it's amazing how much a reflection can make a difference in your photo, and it can draw your eye away from the hero because all you see is this bright light hitting the spoon in this particular corner. And then what I found recently too, this awesome tarnished bronze style of
that's cool.
Cutlery that's quite nice. Even a piece that's black.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Lots of tools. Jay, thank you very much for inviting me to round out the show today. Again, I can't begin to say enough how much of a great job, not only what you guys have done, but all of the speakers that you've had on, Todd, Sherry, Canada Beef, Bocuse, Culinary Federation, Greg, Kevin. I'm probably forgetting a whole bunch more people on there. Just rattling names, not off the top of my head, but you know, the segments have been so good and so educational. And I think that anybody who, again, hasn't done business with Cisco or is wondering what do we have to offer, you know, there's 4 days, 5 hours each day on all the different things that we have to offer. And
I was gonna say, if you don't know what makes us different, binge watch this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you need a reason, here it is. And Kim, it's been absolutely wonderful connecting with you and listening to you throughout the week. You've shared a lot of great insights.
Thank you.
You know, and just the banter that you've developed with Jay, some of the other guests, it is quite refreshing. And you know, I'm glad that you're on with us and that you're a partner and an ally. And I think nothing but good things.
Thank you so much. I've had so much fun over the past couple of days. It absolutely exceeded any expectation I had for as far as you guys as a business and company, not to mention all of the incredible guests that we had. And of course, I like hanging out with Jay. So it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to spend these past 4 days doing this.
Yeah, it's, you know, so to wrap up, because Mike, you don't have to leave, you can hang.
You're not going to kick me out. I can hang out.
I got a little bit of homework here to go through. So
there you go. Well, Jay, bounce me out. I'm going to get ready for the next part.
I got to tell people you can tune into Michael every second week on our SVK on Tuesdays, 11 p.m. Eastern time. Michael's got his own show, Restaurant Marketing, and he shares everything and brings cool guests and all that good stuff. Also, starting March 23rd, is Kim has her show on SVK as well, and that will be awesome. So we have really back-to-back every week. Great information from both of you. So thank you again for that, and just outstanding. But I'll bounce you out here, Michael. Thank you again for dropping in.
Thanks again. Bye.
Thanks.
So as we wrap up, there we go, Kim.
Woof. We did it.
Shows later. I need my butt is sore from this wooden bench. It's been outstanding. I can't thank you enough, other than just being outstanding to work with. And it has been such a great 4 days of learning lots about you, what you're doing, your blind dog, all these great things. Right? You know, as I was telling someone last night, I said, you know, Kim's like, you know, one, it's also made me really think the importance of having a co-host.
Yeah.
Very important, by the way. So thank you for that. But also the fact that you're sharing from your perspective of what Cisco makes different, and you're seeing it through your lens, and you're actually helping us share this same thing with customers or non-customers out there in the industry. I can't thank you enough for that. And
my pleasure.
It's been a hoot. I'm glad that Mike is working right now, so you don't get to finish off the show by yourself. But it's been outstanding. I just can't thank you enough. And I look forward to you being a regular on our SVK on your own show as we move forward, and getting your brand out there and all the great things you do for the industry is so important. So I can't thank you enough.
Thank you very much. It's been a joy. Pure joy. Really, right?
You know, 20,000 people watched us before today. So do you imagine how many more after today?
Awesome.
And we're getting out there and just being able to share all these amazing things that we do and all the great people we had on our shows. Like Bocuse today, to have some of the top chefs.
Lineup, yeah.
join us.
Awesome.
It's been outstanding. To our first, do you remember who our first guest was? Trivia.
Dwayne.
Nope. That was close.
It was Canada Beef, though, wasn't it?
Oh.
Was it?
Was,
I don't even know.
It was Alan on the Cisco Difference.
Oh, yes, it was Alan on the Cisco Difference. Yes, I totally remember now. Oh, my gosh, that's
right. And then we had Alan a few times. We had Chef Patrick, remember the Indigenous cooking?
Yeah.
So I want to say to everyone that's watching this show or sees all these videos, because we have them. So we're on LinkedIn, YouTube, right? But most of our viewers watch is on Facebook. And
Yeah.
we have a Facebook library. Also, if you go to cisco.ca, we have an on-demand channel on there that you can view all our videos, because we have 120 shows prior to these last 4 days, all stored there for you to binge watch as much as you want. You know, you've seen everything on Netflix by now, so you might as well watch us.
Yeah.
So join in, jump on there, learn, because we have like Bo Jackson, we have celebrities, we have amazing people that's been on our show up to this point, and it just gets better and better. So there's that. We got that out of the way, clear up. I just think of things when we look at Cisco, it's an amazing company not only to work for, but also to share with the rest of our country. My computer is going down right now, so I got to wrap up.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, Kim, but not only did my computer just go down, I hope you're still there.
I am.
I was like, it was great timing. I want everyone to stop and think about the industry, support our industry. It really needs you.
Yeah.
It needs you to do takeout, delivery. Let's get back into this. We want to celebrate the people that have made it this far. It's
Absolutely.
incredible this past year. But this is an industry that is going to get through this. They already are, and it's going to come out at the other end. And I just can't thank it enough, the industry, for allowing me to be a part of it, but also to be able to share these stories with Kim over these last 4 days. So it's been outstanding. Learn more about us, but learn more about this industry. And you know what? I'm going to do takeout tonight because it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Takeout Wednesday. Let's get out there and share the love of this industry. Let's support all of our chefs and restaurateurs.
And try something new. Anyone, the chefs, restaurateurs, if you're thinking, try something new. Clearly, we've proven to you in the past 4 days that there's support out there. There's new ideas. There's so much excitement going on. Like, just get out of your own way and try something new.
Yeah, you know, that's great advice, because that's what I took away. There were so many. Just try. That's such great advice. Just really, it is, because I love trying new stuff.
Yeah.
You know, we took a risk on the show a year ago almost. And look at today, we get to spend all this time with all these amazing people. So
awesome
stuff. Well, Kim, all the best. We'll see you on the 23rd. We'll have a few meetings prior to that, so you know. But tune into Kim's show on SVK on Tuesdays, 11 p.m. Sorry, 11 a.m. You know, I do it late.
That wasn't part of the deal. No.
11 a.m.
We're sleeping in it.
Yeah, so you got to get up early in the West, but enjoy it in the East at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Tuesdays. And like I said, we got more shows coming up next week. And as we move forward, we are the only food service streaming weekly show in Canada, and it's just been outstanding. So, and
Awesome.
we got some foodie swag coming for you as well.
Nice. Ooh, I'll wear it on my next one.
Awesome. Anyways, thanks so much, Kim. Everyone else, have a great evening. And
Thank you, Melissa.
Yes. Where is Melissa? Melissa, jump. Where are you? There she comes on the camera. There she is.
Hi.
There she is.
There she is. Thank you so much, Melissa.
Yeah, it was great 4 days. So much information and people, and it was just really good.
Awesome.
Really awesome. Well, thanks again, Melissa, all your help and stuff like that. So
Cool.
as we say cheerio. I can't even talk anymore.
Yeah.
Cook, done. Anyways,
Done.
Thanks again. All the best.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.